Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 16th meeting of the Planning and Environmental Committee. The City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats, and communication supports for Council, standing or advisory committee meetings and information upon request. To make a request for any city service, please contact accessibility@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact pec@london.ca. So moving on to the agenda. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest? I see none. I do see a new member of council here with us, John Fife Miller. Welcome to the Planning Committee.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited to be here.
And to committee members, just for your information, there will be a recess and a delay just before the PPM for 560 and 562 Wellington Street by approximately 20 minutes. So hopefully we can resume at 10 to 6. The delay, yes, Your Worship.
I never want to preempt you. I presume you're going to be talking about the Shine the Light campaign kickoff, Chair?
Yes, I am. The reason
Yeah,
for...
Yep,
Yep, go ahead.
Just that my schedule shows a 5:30 start at Victoria Park, which means for us to be there on time, we'd probably have to leave here by 5:20. But it also shows, Chair, that the wrap up is at 6:10. So when I heard you say 20 minutes, I got a little nervous of that because I'd love to make sure that I participate fully in that. That's all.
So
and I do have a role.
Okay, so I am open to committee members to see when we will recess from the event. I know the items in front of us should be dealt with, I would hope, by 5 o'clock. There will be some opportunities to maybe move things around the agenda. I'm not sure, but I'm at the will of the committee. Your Worship, would you,
just
go ahead.
Are you directing me to go ahead, Chair?
Yes, Your Worship.
Thanks very much. Again, in light of two parts, not just my participation, speaking briefly at this event, but I know this is important for all of council members who are able to participate in the Shine the Light ceremony tonight, and I know they can and will to the extent that they're able. So it says here is the start is 5:30, and if you're thinking business is done by 5 o'clock, give or take, except for the PPM tied into 560, 562 Wellington, might I suggest a 5:15 recess so that people can make their way over to Victoria Park at 5:30. It's in the far corner, as you know. And if this has a 6:10 wrap up, knowing that's a few minutes for the chair, that would be Jen Dunn doing that. So she'll be done, I'm guessing, by 6:15. This is in the spirit that everything goes according to plan. I might respectfully suggest a 6:30 back startup, just as a point for discussion to get this going.
So we're looking at recessing at 5:15 and starting up at 6:30. Any other comments from the committee, if I can get a motion? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just suggest, before we spend too much time talking about when we're going to take a break, that if we get on with the agenda now, we can make good time, and as appropriate, depending on how long some of the preceding PPMs are, sometime between 5:10 and 5:20, we can call that recess and then aim to be back. And I think our commitment to those who are waiting to hear from us to deal with other matters tonight. So I think we should probably be aiming to resume at 6:15, knowing that that only gives us a few minutes to jog back across Victoria Park. But I think in the spirit of the fact that folks will be waiting for us, we need to move with all due haste.
Your Worship.
Chair, I'm not going to belabor this, and I did agree with the front end of Councillor Lewis about when we get close, we'll shut it down somewhere between 5:10, 5:20. I'm not going to shortcut my role, nor will I shortcut the Shine the Light folks, and I want to be there to the conclusion of their ceremony, which I think will be 6:15. So we can deal with that at 10 after 5 at your pleasure, and I'm quite comfortable proceeding and just moving on from there.
Okay, and for the public's information, we're looking at starting up at around 6:15 then. If I can get some nods from committee members and your worship, I think, no, 6:30 is something that his worship is asking for. So I think in fairness to the public, if we let them know we'll be resuming at 6:30, and if I can get some agreement, I see some nods and thumbs up, so we will start at 6:30. And the public participation meeting for the 560, what is it, 560 and 562 Wellington Street public participation will start at 6:30 for those listening in. And I just want to make sure that everyone will be aware that most of the committee members will be attending the vigil for Shine the Light at Victoria Park starting at 5:30. So thank you, committee members. Moving on.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Chair, and thanks, colleagues.
Moving on to consent items. Are there any items to be pulled? I see none from committee members, so I am looking for a motion, I guess, to put all the consent items on and for comments. Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hillier. And I guess we'll go to vote. Sorry. Yes, comments? For sure, thank you. Because I'm thinking, wait a minute, I've got a few comments too. So I'll go to committee members first. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's two items in the consent agenda that I want to speak just very briefly to. The first is item 2.4, the Labatt Memorial Park Heritage Designation application. I know I've had conversations with both folks in the community and with our Parks and Recreation staff for, well, about a year now about moving this forward, and I'm really delighted to see it's coming forward. We have such a gem in the heart of our city in Labatt Park, and this is just the next step in making sure that that is there for generations to come. So I really want to thank all the staff who put in work on this. And looking forward to seeing that designation come through. The other one I want to address just briefly is 2.6. That's the request for heritage designation at 1903 Avalon Street. This is a property in my ward, in Ward 2. In fact, to the best of my knowledge, this will be the first residential property that will have a heritage designation in Ward 2. Our only other heritage property that I'm aware of is a small plot of a pioneer cemetery. This is going to be a really good thing for the community. And I have to tell you that the owner of the property, Mr. Cox, since he took ownership, has really done a great deal of work in bringing it back to its former glory, and not just in terms of doing that for the value of the house as an asset to him, but doing it for the house as an asset to the community. He's involved Clark Road secondary students in Christmas light decorations, and most recently, through a partnership with Urban Roots and Meadow Lily Farm and the Clark Road secondary students. They collected over 3,000 pounds of walnuts off the property that are actually being utilized as a food source. It's going to go to local restaurants for food production. So I'm really excited to see that's happening as well. And he's also working with the BIA on some public art installation on the grounds. So this is really a huge success story with a heritage property owner who's stepping up, investing in his property and in the community. We've had lots of discussions, Mr. Cox and I, about this, and I'm really happy that we're going to be able to move forward with this tonight.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Lewis. I'll go to your worship.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'd also like to comment on 2.4 Labatt Memorial Park. You know, this This history is so thorough. I almost thought Chip Martin wrote it. But compliments to staff on putting all of this together. This is absolutely a worthwhile endeavor. I mean, as we know, most recently, and Councillor Lewis and I were together when we celebrated the London Majors winning the IBL, the championship, and what a stellar season, and that they did it and won it at Labatt Memorial Park is so significant. This deserves the kind of recognition that if you're going to make a movie like Field of Dreams, this is where you'd have it, and it's that significant to our community. That's so significant to the history of baseball, and I couldn't be more proud in endorsing this as well. So thank you for that, and I appreciate what Councillor Lewis's comments were about with respect to this, and all of the efforts that staff put into preparing this. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments, Your Worship. Are there any other comments from the committee? Councillor Lehman.
Thank you, and just to quickly echo the comments made. It's nice to see us seeking official acknowledgement, not only of the treasure that Labatt Memorial Park is to the city, but also putting it, seeing that it gets the status of a national treasure as well. A quick question to staff: if we were successful with this application, would this open the doors to some funding to preserve this park?
If I can go to staff, I'm not sure if it's Mr. Gagnon or Mr. Gregal.
Hi there, this is Michael Gregwall, Heritage Planner. Through the chair, thank you for the question. Through the chair, the National Historic Sites are eligible for a program called the National Historic Sites of Canada Cost Sharing Program. Specifically, this is a program for National Historic Sites that are not federally owned. And so that cost sharing program supports preparatory aid projects and conservation projects, as well as development of heritage presentation materials, so more interpretive materials, things like that. Owners are typically eligible to be reimbursed for up to 50% of eligible costs, and they're the types of the guidelines of programs, the guidelines of projects are issued on an annual basis.
Councillor Lehman.
Thank you for that, and that's encouraging because you know it's important with this treasure to keep it in the state that its status deserves. So appreciate hearing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to go to Councillor Fife-Miller.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment to echo the other comments on item 2.4. As a resident of the Blackfriars community, we are very lucky that we know what we have in our community. We know what Labatt Memorial Park means to us and means to the city as a whole. And to be able to read this for one of the first documents that I've read in planning and environment made it a joy for the number of pages that I got to take in. So thank you for the acknowledgement on this. I think it's fabulous for the city.
Thank you, from the ward councillor. And if the committee will allow me just to make a brief comment from the chair here, I do want to acknowledge city staff for consent items 0.28 and 0.29. I think we've seen unprecedented inspections and permits happening with almost 100% being completed. So for August and September this year, I know staff is very, very busy. And with that, I would like to ask a question to staff about staff restraints with the amount of work that's being done, if staff is able to undertake this demand.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I thank you for the opportunity to comment. I too, if I may, with your permission, want to recognize the dedication and the hard work of all the building division staff. Last year and this year, we've seen unprecedented increase in demand for building permits and inspections. And what we have done is currently have a few vacancies posted, and we're trying to increase our complement for building inspectors and as well as plan examination staff. It's been a very tough year, I can say that, but we're doing the best we can to manage, and we are seeing just a very slight decrease in the rate of applications, which I would consider something as a return to normal. Thank you.
Thank you for all the hard work that you and staff have done throughout the past number of months. And with that, we do have a motion moved and second. And before we move forward,
may I please just point out that item 2.4, Labatt Memorial Park, the London Advisory Committee on Heritage has a recommendation, which is their item 5.3. Item 2.5, 64 Duchess, again with the Latch report, item 5.2. Item 2.6, 1903 Avalon Street is item 5.1 on the Latch report.
thank you for making us aware of what's on the Let's report as well. So with that, if we can move forward to vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
To our scheduled items, we have 3.1, which is a public participation meeting for the Soho Community Improvement Plan, the performance and measures and indicators. I would like a motion to open up the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Lewis.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
I'd like to go to staff to give a brief presentation regarding the Soho Community Improvement Plan.
Good evening, members of the committee. The purpose of this application is to introduce performance measures, indicators of success, and targets to the Soho Community Improvement Plan. This will help manage the loan and grant programs, better determine if the loan and grant programs are being successful in achieving the objectives of the Soho Community Improvement Plan and the London Plan, as well as assist administration when providing recommendations to municipal council on when to reduce funding, discontinue, or amend the loan and grant programs. Please note that changes to the financial programs will require council approval. The draft measures and indicators and targets were introduced at the June 1st, 2021 PEC meeting and circulated to the public. Soho CIP has 2 loan programs and 1 grant program that will be measured. The grant program is the Rehabilitation and Redevelopment Tax Grant. The draft indicators for the grant program are residential population, the assessment value of the properties. The 2 loan programs being measured are the facade improvement loan and the upgrade to building code loan. The draft indicators for the 2 programs are building facade condition, ground floor vacancy, the private sector investment generated by public sector loans, the number of loans issued per year. Civic Administration recommends approval to add an appendix to the Soho Community Improvement Plan that sets out performance measures, indicators of success, and targets for the financial incentive programs. This concludes administration's presentation on the item.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. I'd like to move now on to the public. If there's anyone here from the public that would like to speak to this recommendation, please come forward. I'd like to ask one more time, this is for the home CIP, the Soho CIP please come forward. Hello, welcome to the Planning and Environment Committee meeting. You have, if you can state your name and address if you wish, and you have up to 5 minutes.
My name is Shireen Mamutka, and I'm a landlord on Clarence Street. This is the first that I'm hearing of this, so I'm not sure if I'm understanding correctly, but this is a proposal to start these grants and loans? This is the very initial process of this for council? Is that correct?
We will go to answers to your question once you've made your comments. I'll have staff respond, but please go forward with your comments.
Oh, I don't really have any comments. That's just my question.
Okay, we can go to staff after your comments, and if there's anyone else here. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll ask one more time if there's anyone here that would like to speak to the SOHO CIP. I see none. And I just want to make sure. I will go to the committee then to close the public participation meeting. Councillor Hillier, seconded by the mayor. Are we good in committee room number 1? Just one moment before we close. Clerk? I think we do have someone else that would like to make comments to the SOHO Community Improvement Plan. Welcome, sir. If you can state your name and address if you wish, and you have up to about 5 minutes.
Okay. My name is David Moxley. I'm at 236 St. Julian Street. And I just wanted to say that most of the people that I've talked to in our household is very happy as to what is happening next spring. And members from the city and construction workers that are going to take part in this have explained everything very well. And we're anxious to see this happen and have it done. And we thank everybody there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And I'll go back to the committee. I do apologize. I will ask for a motion to close the PPM. And I think Councillor Hillier, and it was seconded by your worship, if I can just go back to that, and if we can vote to close.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
To just follow up with the question proposed by the resident regarding the financial incentives, and if this is the beginning of the financial incentives. If I can go to Ms. Hall to explain.
Through the chair to the member of the public, no, this isn't the introduction of financial incentives. We've had the program for several years now. This is just simply to find measures and success and targets for these programs to ensure that they are meeting the intended purpose for the community improvement plan.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. I'd like to now go to the committee, and any comments from committee members? And Councillor Lehman.
Yeah, I think this is a good idea to measure the effectiveness of the community improvement plan funding. And we have this up for a number of community areas tonight. So thank you, staff, for coming forward with this. It allows us and you to determine how our money is being spent and making sure it's effective financing to get the results that I think we're all searching for here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman. And with that, I'm looking for a motion from the committee. Councillor Lewis, and I need a seconder, Councillor Lehman. And with that, we can vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to the next item, which is 3.2, the public participation meeting for the Hamilton Road CIP performance and measures and indicators. I am looking for a motion to open up the public participation meeting. Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Hillier.
Carries 5-0.
And I'll go to Ms. Hall again to give us a brief presentation, this time on the Hamilton Road Community Improvement Plan. Ms. Hall.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the committee. I see Councillor Michael Van Holt's hand is up.
Yes, it is, but if you could proceed with your presentation, I'll acknowledge him after that.
Great, thank you. So this presentation is similar to the SOHO CIP presentation. The purpose is to introduce performance measures, indicators of success, and targets to the Hamilton Road CIP. This will help manage the loan programs, better determine if these loan programs are being successful in achieving the objectives of the Hamilton Road area CIP and the London Plan, and assist civic administration when providing recommendations to municipal council on when to reduce funding, discontinue, or amend the loan programs. Please note that the changes to the financial programs will require council approval. The draft measures, indicators, and targets were introduced at the June 21st, 2021 PEC meeting and circulated to the public. Hamilton Road CIP has 2 loan programs that will be measured: the facade improvement loan and the upgrade to building code loan. Both these loans are forgivable for targeted uses in certain areas. The draft indicators for the 2 loan programs are building facade condition, ground floor vacancy, the percentage of targeted uses, the private sector investment generated but offering private sector loans, and the number of loans issued per year. Civic Administration recommends approval to add an appendix to the Hamilton Road Area CIP to include these performance measures, indicators, and targets. Administration is now happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
So for technical questions then only, Councillor Van Hulst.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And so I do have a question regarding the metric for facade improvements. And it seems to be a 90% metric. And from how I interpret that is if 9 out of 10 buildings look fine, then that would be the point at which we just look at dissolving that program. So that's my question: is that the case where 1 out of 10 buildings that still need an upgrade, we would at that point consider removing the program?
I'll go to Ms. Hall. Ms. Hall?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Van Holst. Thank you for your question. So the 90% target is, if reached, will maybe determine if we will perhaps amend the loan or maybe focus the financial incentives on areas that would need improvement. However, as I stated in the presentation, any changes to the financial programs will require council approval.
Councillor Van Holst, does that answer your question?
I think it does. So I'm gonna take that as meaning that that we'll reconsider the program once we get to 90%.
So we're just on technical questions right now. Anyone else? I'll go to the public. Is there anyone here from the public that would like to make comments to this recommendation? Please come forward. This is on the Hamilton Road CIP. And if you can state your name.
Madam Chair, we do have somebody who has called into the meeting. It's a 226 area code phone number. I don't have an individual registered, so I'm not sure who's on the line, but if they hit *6 to unmute, if they want to speak to this, there is a caller in the meeting.
All you have to do is press *6 to unmute the caller from the area code 226.
Hello, it's me on the line, the caller. I'm just calling in for another matter. So I have no questions.
Oh, okay.
Regarding this topic.
All right, so this is not on the Hamilton Road CIP. Thank you for letting us know. So I'll move on and ask the public if there's anyone here that would like to speak to this recommendation. Please come forward. This is a public participation meeting where you are encouraged to come to make comments. I see no one else. I will look to the committee then to close the public participation meeting. Councillor Lehman, seconded by the mayor. And if we can vote to close.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
The committee for a motion or for and comments. Councillor Lewis.
I'll move the staff recommendation, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Lehman will second it. And I will, any comments from the committee, or I'll go to the board councillor, Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to ask if the committee might consider changing the one metric from 90% from facade improvements to 95%. I did have staff circulate a little email to you with some photos in there describing why I'd be interested in going this direction. But the buildings that need to be improved on Hamilton Road often need to be improved quite a bit. And I think that 1 in 10 buildings still looking the way they do is a little too much for that gateway. You recall that our purpose in instituting the grant programs and the and facade improvement loans was to make sure that this gateway was something, a place of pride for us, because many people travel this way. If you look at Google Maps and take directions from Toronto, say, to downtown, that's the direction that it would take people on. And I think at that 10% remaining the way it is not, we haven't come far enough. And so I'm hoping that the committee might consider changing that metric to 95% of those buildings, and then the program will last a little longer. I also think we might consider bumping up the program a bit. This was an area that was pretty hard hit by the by the pandemic as well. You'll see a lot of broken windows in the area. So business owners are busy trying to deal with those kind of issues and fix them up. So in investments in this area are sometimes harder to come by than say some of the other areas in the city where we might have instituted a similar program. So that would be my request. And perhaps I would go, I prefer to make the request here instead of at council, because I think that makes it easier since this is a bylaw coming forward. And perhaps I can, Madam Chair, go through you to our staff to just ask what the implications of making that change would be.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Hulse. I will ask that question to staff. What would happen if we go to 95%? Ms. Hall?
Madam Chair, it's Michael Tomazinski here, and if you don't mind me jumping in to respond to that answer. In my opinion, 90% is such a high bar that it might not even be achievable. But if 90% of the properties improve their facade, that would be great. 95% would be even better. We're certainly in your hands the way you wish to go on this. I just want to reiterate, though, even at the 90% rate, all that is a trigger for staff to present alternatives to council. We wouldn't administratively end the program. So even at 90%, council would still have the ability to decide what to do in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Tomazinnik. I will go back to the ward councillor before I proceed to committee members. Councillor Van Hulst, does that?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And this may have brought out a little confusion again. I was hoping for some clarification on what this actually meant. And is the 90%, is that 90% of the properties will have improved, or 90% of the properties that could be improved or would suggest an improvement? If that amount is done, that's when the reconsideration is triggered? Or is it a matter of looking at the whole corridor and saying if 10% of the properties are still in poor condition, then that's when we reconsider? So I'm afraid based on what Mr. Tomazinnik said, I'm still unclear about the metric, and perhaps he can provide that clarification.
Mr. Tomazinnik, from what I hear, you said it, and Council Van Hulst, correct me, I look at it as 9 out of 10, so 9 buildings out of 10 that have been improved. That's the metrics that we're using. Mr. Tomazinnik, can you just add to clarify that? Or Ms. Hall?
Yeah, through the chair. So the 90% is when 90% of the buildings along the entire Hamilton Road financial incentive area do not require improvement.
You satisfied, Councillor Van Hulst?
Okay, thank you very much. And at that point, I would still request we move a little forward. I think leaving 10% of the buildings in the state that they are, those ones that need to be improved, isn't the goal that we're looking for. And we really want more than that. So that's why I was suggesting 95%. If it's only 5% of the buildings that are in poor condition, perhaps that's a good time to reconsider.
I will go to the mayor, and then I'll
Thanks
go
very
to
much,
Councillor
Chair.
Lewis.
So, Chair, I'd like to ask staff what I see Councillor Van Hulst very fixated on the 90 to 95, and that might be a genuine number. But before we do, I was somewhat taken by what staff said in terms of we're not anywhere close. So where are we as a percentage of buildings that could qualify for this facade program? As a percentage, what percentage have done it in that particular BIA? I wonder if I can get a response to that, please.
Yes, I'll go to staff.
Okay, thank you through the chair to the mayor. Currently, from our last assessment of the facade evaluation, we're at about 56% of the buildings that do not require, that are in good condition, that are considered good condition, that do not need improvement.
All right, so through you, Chair, it sounds like a long, long way. I mean, we've got stronger vaccination numbers, close to 90%. And when I get to 90% vaccination, I'm going to be really encouraging 95%. So I'd like to suggest, with deep respect to the councillor, that when we get anywhere 90% participation in Hamilton Road or any BIA for that matter, I'd be the first to stand shoulder to shoulder with that councillor and say, then let's now move it to 95% if that's the need. But we're a long time away. I'd rather be spending our time encouraging those individuals. We're under no threat of getting there yet. I'd rather be encouraging those owners of buildings to improve those facades for the sake of our broader community. Again, be it in Hamilton Road, BIA, or anywhere elsewhere for that matter. But I promise this to Councillor Van Holst: when we get to 90%, I'll be right beside him, as I'm sure he'd be right beside me on other issues at 90%. But let's stay with the BIA, and I'm more than happy to support that initiative with him when we get there. I just think it's well intended, but a little early.
Thank you. I'd like to go to Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, I just want to share to colleagues, I get concerned when we want to start moving metrics around that staff have identified, particularly when we are talking about metrics that we can provide incentives for, but we cannot take direct action on. And I say this with all due respect, colleagues, we can't force a single person with a building facade that needs improvement along this corridor to actually take advantage of the program. If they choose not to, that is their choice. So to start raising the metrics on which we'll have staff report back to us, and frankly, cherry picking a metric out of a CIP plan, I think our CIP plans provide a very, very important role in helping revitalize some key corridors. And I'm sure we will hear from our acting chair when we get to the Lambeth CIP as well, that it does the same in her ward. But I think when we start setting unrealistic expectations, that somehow by just raising the metric, we're going to encourage more building owners to take advantage of the program. It's just not fair, either optically to the public or to our staff in terms of the level of work we're going to be asking them to do. So I'm quite satisfied with the 90%. In fact, I would say I agree with Mr. Tomazinskik, that number is actually extremely high. And if we ever got to that point, I think at that time we need to probably be reviewing whether the CIP even needs to stay in place, because it may have actually done its job. So I'm not going to change, I'm not going to entertain any changes on this right now. I'm going to support the staff recommendation.
Thank you. And if the committee will allow me, I'd like to just make a brief comment from the chair here. And I appreciate the councillor's encouragement to get to 95 or almost 100%. But I think the reality is that we've got a long way to go. And there is a process, if these targets are met or almost met, that they will be reviewed. And there is that process that the councillor can undertake to review and seek council direction. So I think there's opportunities there for things to continue. And for now, I think it is fair to stay with the 90%. And with that, I would like to ask Councillor Van Holst if you still have your hand up, I see.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So that's fine. I appreciate the mayor's offer and would certainly be fine with that. Recalling that the metric was to decide when we withdraw the program, and it's one that it doesn't, as Councillor Lewis suggested, oblige people in any way to take part in it. But this was the time for us to evaluate those metrics as they come forward, and those are my thoughts. But I'm happy with the the committee's choice here, and quite pleased with the grants that have been provided. So there has been some nice improvements in the area, and we're certainly grateful to the city and to council for having supported those. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Holsten, for your passion for your community. I'd like to go to the committee with a motion. Oh, it's been moved in second. We can now vote. Thank you.
Chair, I'm not sure what's happened on my screen, but I'll vote.
Thank you.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Moving along to the third public participation meeting, the Lambeth CIP Performance and Measures and Indicators. I'd like a motion to open up the PPM from the committee. And I see Councillor Lewis and Councillor Lehman.
Mayor Holder?
Sorry again, I've been trying to see if I can get this online. The answer is yes.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
And this very quick presentation.
Good evening, members of the committee. This presentation is similar to the previous two. The purpose of this application is to introduce performance measures, indicators of success, and targets to the Lambeth CIP. This will help manage the loan programs, better determine if the loan programs are being successful in achieving the objectives of the Lambeth Area Community Improvement Plan and the London Plan, as well as assist civic administration when providing recommendations to council on whether to reduce funding, discontinue, or amend the program. Like all other financial incentives, changes to these programs will require council approval. The draft measures, indicators, and targets were introduced at the June 21st, 2021 PEC meeting and circulated to the public. The two loan programs being measured are the Facade Improvement Loan and the Warrencliffe Road Corridor Sign Loan. The draft indicators for the two loan programs are building facade condition, ground floor vacancy rate, the private sector investment generated by offering public sector loans, and the number of loans issued per year. Civic Administration recommends approval to add an appendix to the Lambeth Community Improvement Plan that sets out performance measures, indicators of success, and targets for the financial incentive programs. This concludes administration's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Any technical questions from the committee? I see none. I'll go to the public. If there's anyone here that would like to speak to the Lambeth CIP.
Sean Eden?
Mr. Eden?
Madam Chair, I still only have the unidentified phone caller in. I don't have Mr. Eden.
Stan Waring?
Yes, my question is the facade improvement program available from on the Longwoods Road section? And if not, why not? And if so, can I learn more about it, please?
Thank you, Mr. Waring, for attending. Is that the end of your comments? We usually go to staff to answer the questions at the end of your comments.
Yes.
Thank you for attending the public participation meeting. And I will ask one more time if there's anyone else from the public that would like to speak to this recommendation. I see none in committee room 1 and 2. And with that, I'm looking for a motion to close the public participation meeting. Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Lewis.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
To go to staff now to answer Mr. Waring's question around Longwoods Road and the reasons why it is not part of the incentive improvement program.
Through the chair to the member of the public, thank you for your question. So to answer your question, no, the financial incentive programs are available along Main Street and Colonel Talbot Road and Warncliffe Road. So it wouldn't include the Longwoods Road where it becomes Longwoods. And the reason for this was back when the CIP was being developed, that was not determined as an area for financial incentive that were
Sorry, Ms. Hall, you cut out there towards the end, but I just want to make sure that the public understands that Longwoods Road was not reviewed to be part of the CIP back a number of years ago for financial incentives, and the reason why.
Okay, thank you for that. Sorry, I was cut out. I can't speak necessarily to the reason why Longwoods was not included in the incentive area, as I was not the one to develop the CIP. However, it was determined by staff at the time that it was not appropriate to include for the financial incentives.
Thank you, and if I may follow up with a further question, and if the committee will allow me to ask the question through the chair as well, that when these measures and performances come to council, there will be further reconsideration about incentives in the area. I would assume that would be the process to get more incentives.
So thank you very much for your question. Yes, if we were going to amend the program anyway, including adding more areas to the financial incentive areas, that would be the process would bring that back to council for approval.
Thank you for that. And with that, I'm looking for a motion to accept the Lambeth CIP performance and measures indicators, and I have a motion in Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Lehman, and we can vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to our next public participation meeting, which is the 235 Kennington Way. Looking for a motion to open up the public participation meeting. Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Lewis.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Is a draft plan for a vacant land condo. I wonder if there's any one here. First of all, I'll go to the committee. The committee, if they're fine without a presentation. And I'll go to the public. And if there's anyone here from the public that would like to make a comment, I see none.
Lindsay Clark, the applicant, is here.
Oh, thank you. Welcome, Ms. Clark. If you can make comments, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Lindsay Clark with Sifton Properties Limited. Just wanted to make a note that we are in agreement with the report brought forward by staff, and I want to thank staff for their efforts. And I am here if you have any questions, and that is, thank you.
Thank you.
No problem.
And I'd like to go to the public. If there's anyone here that would like to make a comment, please come forward. And I'll ask one more time if there's anyone from the public that would like to make a comment on the recommendation. I see none. I'll look to the committee to close the public participation meeting. Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Lehman. With that, I'm looking for a motion from the committee to support the recommendation. Councillor, and seconded by Councillor Hillier. And any comments from the committee? See no comments. With that, we can vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
To our next public participation meeting, which is 3.5, 704, 706 Bowler Road. And I am looking for a motion to open up the public participation meeting. Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Lehman. I think someone is got their phone on.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
So I'd like to go to staff. Any comments? Presentation?
Hi, this is Michael Clark. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a draft plan of condominium by Southside Construction Management to build 13 single attached dwellings in a block within a previously approved plan of subdivision. There'll be a common element with a private street access from Apricot Drive. The proposed condominium is consistent with the official plan, the London plan, and the existing zoning on the site. And I'm available if committee has any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any technical questions? I see none. I will go to the applicant if the applicant is here.
Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Casey Kulchicki, planner with Zelinka Preema Limited. Just wanted to say thank you to staff for their work on this file. We've reviewed their report and we are in agreement with what is presented to you tonight. I'm just on hand in case any members of committee, staff, or the public have any questions or comments that I may be able to address. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I'd like to now go to the public. Is anyone here that would like to make comments to this recommendation? Please come forward. I see no one in committee 1 and 2. No one on the phone. I'll ask one more time. Does anyone here that would like to make a comment to this recommendation? I see none. I'll look to the committee to close the public participation meeting. The mayor, seconded by Councillor Lehman.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
We'll go to the committee to bring forward the motion. and comments? Councillor Lehman? Councillor Lehman will be moving. Sorry, I think we might have
There we go.
technical glitch.
I'll move staff recommendation.
And I'm looking for a seconder. The mayor seconds. And I'll go to the committee for comments. And if the committee will allow me to make a comment from the chair, this is in my ward. And I know this has been, this is going through the site plan process at the moment for the draft plan of vacant land condo. I know there's been public interest in this application for quite a while, and it's good to see the development moving forward. There is a question that I would like to ask through to staff regarding the walkway and also the protection around the OS5 with this development. If staff can just speak to the retaining wall along that walkway. And because I know there's significant grading that is to be done, and who's responsible, and the protections around the OS5, which is, I think, just to the north. If I can go to staff.
Hello, Madam Chair. This is Michael Clark again. The retaining wall along the walkway will be within the common elements of the condominium, and the condominium will be required to maintain the retaining wall. And there's also fencing proposed around the edge of the block, separating it from the natural features to the north as well.
Okay.
And that'll also be within the common elements of the condominium.
Thank you for that. And I know the development is just to the south of the OS5 and the work and the buffering to maintain this area. Just if you can make a comment around that.
Madam Chair, it's Bruce Page. The walkway block is Michael mentioned, is protected with retaining wall.
Sorry, Mr. Page. Sorry to interrupt. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Is that better?
Keep talking.
Okay. So the retaining
Yes.
the retaining wall is holding back the walkway block. The walkway block will be wood chip that'll go through, so minimize any of the drainage issues. So it'll be a wood chip as opposed to an asphalt trail at this point in time. The OS5 is protected. There'll be fencing along the property line of the condominium, and there'll be some plantings put in along the edge of that wetland woodland feature. And then to the north in the plan of subdivision, there's also some buffer planting as well to protect those OS5 lands.
Thank you for that. I know it's of important interest to the community, and I'm glad to see this development moving forward. So with that, we can vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
And committee, it is 5:04. I'd like to proceed to the next public participation meeting, if I may, which is 3.6. And this is a public participation meeting for 512 McCormick Boulevard. I need a motion to open it up. Councillor Lewis. Councillor Hillier. Oh, sorry, not Councillor Hillier, Councillor Lehman. Oh, there he is.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Go to staff for a brief presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Catherine Matten in Planning and Development.
Welcome.
This is an application for a zoning bylaw amendment for the lands municipally addressed as 512 McCormick Boulevard. The applicant has requested to rezone the site from the current residential R16 zone to a light industrial LI1 zone with special provisions to permit urban agriculture as a new permitted use. The applicant is proposing to develop the site with shipping containers converted for and wholly devoted to growing food. The requested special provisions would permit the new use, as well as a reduced lot area, reduced side and rear yard setbacks adjacent to a residential zone, establish a parking requirement of 1 space, and permit up to 8 shipping containers converted for and wholly devoted to growing food. Through the public consultation process, some concerns were raised by area residents that the proposed LI1 zone would permit a broad range of uses and that the shipping containers could potentially be stacked. To address these concerns, the special provisions, including the reduced lot area and setbacks adjacent to a residential zone, are tied specifically to the urban agriculture use and would require additional planning approvals to permit any other LI1 use. As well, the applicant was agreeable to including an additional special provision that would expressly prohibit vertical stacking of the shipping containers. Staff is satisfied the recommended amendment is consistent with the provincial policy statement and is in conformity with the 1989 official plan, the London Plan, and the urban agriculture strategy. As such, it is recommended the amendment be approved, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any technical questions from the committee? Councillor Lehman.
Through you, Chair, to staff, are there any constraints on what would be allowed to be grown there?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm just going to pull up the definition for urban agriculture. There is a restriction on cannabis, that there's no cannabis permitted to be grown on site. And so essentially the urban agriculture definition means the use of lands, buildings, or structures for the purpose of growing, sharing, and distributing food or beverage, and may include the processing of food or beverage by the use of hand tools or small-scale light mechanical equipment. And as I said, there is a restriction that does not permit the growing, processing, distribution, or retail sales of cannabis, but it doesn't appear there's any restriction on the type of food that's grown.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other technical questions of staff? If the committee will allow me, I do have a quick technical question, and that's got to do with the height of these containers. I understand that stacking is allowed, but vertical stacking is prohibited. So my question is, what is that? And how high are these containers, or can be?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. The containers are 2.9 meters tall. The concern was that they could be stacked multiple containers high and that would result in an unsightly streetscape and would, of course, make the containers much taller than they would as a single unit. So the special provision is intended to prohibit that, to ensure that it's just the single unit without multiple stacked high. In theory, the side yard setback is relative to building height. And so without that special provision prohibiting the stacking, there was a concern that provided they could provide a larger setback, it could open the opportunity for having the stacking. And so we wanted to ensure that that prohibition was there.
Thank you for that information. I'd like to now go to the applicant.
Hello, Madam Chair. My name is John Fleming. It's nice to see you again. I am serving as the agent for Derek Panzer and Rich Kane, who are the applicants for this particular application. I want to start out by thanking Catherine Madden, Michael Tomazinczyk, and Catalina Barrios. It's a team that's really helped us out through this application process, and my hat goes off to them. As you've heard, the idea here is to take a vacant site, hasn't been developed as the Oldies Village has grown up around it, and use it for growing food. We think it's a great opportunity. Up to 1,000 head of lettuce can be grown in one of these containers per week. So this is real. It's a kind of urban agriculture use and opportunity that we think council's been looking for, and quite excited by the opportunity to take the site that's sandwiched between a hydro substation and the CPR tracks across from industrial uses and make it work. Finally, I'll just say that the intention is to distribute the food within the Oldies Village to restaurants, markets, the Oldies Village businesses, and the institutions as well, looking at potential for places like Fanshawe College and some of the social services that are in that area. We're here to answer any questions that you do have, and we do agree with the application, the recommendation of staff. And again, very appreciative of their help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming, and welcome in a different, wearing a different hat to planning. And I know you've been quite involved in the urban agriculture area in London as well. And I will go to the public. Is there anyone here from the public that would like to make comments to this recommendation?
Darlene Shaw.
Is it Ms. Shaw
Hello there.
or
It's
Jay?
Jay Shaw.
Yes, Mr. Shaw, if you could state your name and address if you wish, and you have up to 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Okay, great. Oh, great. Thank you. My name is Jay Shaw. My address, 1172 Princess Ave. We border on the property. Where we would be directly behind the property of the development. We really think it's a great idea for use of space. Excellent idea as opposed to something else, and it's urban agriculture. We're really thrilled about that idea. Our only concern was the noise generated by the temperature control units. Had to have 8 of them right next door. It'd be like having 8 air conditioners going all the time. So we're just concerned about the noise level there. But other than that, we think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to make their comments to this recommendation?
And it's Derek Panzer on the line, the applicant. Thanks everyone. Just wanted to join and thank the staff for their support and help with this, and answer any questions that you may have of me. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you for being here. And I'll ask one more time if there's anyone here from the public. I see no one in committee 1 and 2, and no one on the lines. And with that, I will go to committee members to close. Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Lewis. We'll be closing the public participation meeting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
I may, to committee members, I'll just follow up with one of the questions asked by the public, which is around the noise. I know the applicant is here about the units and the concerns around noise.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll just jump in and invite Derek to supplement my answer if you'd like to through you. But we have heard this, and as you've already heard from Ms. Madden, the applicant's been very attentive to the concerns of the committee, wants to be a good neighbor, has put those or agreed to put those provisions in relating to stacking and linking the setbacks, for example, to the use exclusively, and also indicating that it's entirely for growing food. These shipping containers. So doing whatever they could to make sure that the community was comfortable with what was being proposed. Now, the context of the site is you've got a 5-track cross section right adjacent to the site with the CPR tracks there and a hydro substation. So there's already the presence of noise. And in fact, we do believe that the orientation that we're proposing for these units will block some of that noise coming from the tracks, actually be some noise abatement. But that being said, we're looking at an orientation of the units with the concern that's been raised through the community meeting so that we can have any of those air conditioning units, and essentially they're environmental units to keep them cold or warm as required. And to orient those so that they are the interior of the site and away from the adjacent property. And the last thing I'll add is just that my understanding from Mr. Panzer, Mr. Kane, is that who have seen or are familiar with these units, is that the fans are not loud. They're quite quiet. In fact, a lot like a home air conditioning unit, and perhaps even quieter.
Thank you. And with that, I'd like to go to the committee. Looking for a motion. Councillor Hillier. And seconded by Councillor Lewis. And I see Councillor Van Holst is here. Councillor Van Holst.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. My comment would be that I'm very happy about this, very exciting. I think it's exciting in terms of urban agriculture for London and also for food security. And Madam Chair, you know the old saying, 1,000 heads are better than one. And so I think it's going to be wonderful to see this, its impact on the community, and where this can be used as an example for other projects like it. So well done. My gratitude to the applicant and to Mr. Fleming and our staff for coming up with a good strategy to implement this in London.
Thank you, Councillor Van Holst. Any other committee members with comments? Councillor Lehman.
Through you, Chair, to staff or the applicant. The reason I asked him earlier about plans for what's restricted to grow there is because on the West End, we have a cannabis operation that has become a bit of a concern for residents up there, and kind of regulating that federally. Gets passed between federal, provincial, and city with, you know, limited results. So I was pleased to hear that cannabis would not be allowed to be grown there. But just to follow up, we've dealt with the noise, and then obviously on the other side of things is anticipated odor. Maybe the staff or applicant can address, you know, those potential concerns.
Again, I'll dive in and invite Mr. Panzer through you, Madam Chair, to supplement the answer. These units do not use nutrients like most agricultural uses in the form of organics. It's entirely a fertilizer that is soluble and essentially a hydroponic style of growing, where there are drip lines that are inside of these units. And it's a very scientific process, all connected through high-tech infrastructure to the phone of the operator or computer. And they're seeing what is the nutrients, what is the acidity level within that water that is dripping through the channels that are in the interior of these units. So there are no stockpiling of nutrients outside of these units. In terms of the waste produced, it is very, very little. It starts with a peat moss plug, which comes in a sort of prefabricated form. It's all dry. The seedlings are grown in that plug, and then once they take to be about an inch and a half, they're put into styrofoam channels, which are hung up and are exposed to that lighting system. And so at the end of the day, you end up with some sort of green product, a fruit or a vegetable that actually just has a little bit of a root ball attached to it. And oftentimes that's left on for the sake of transporting it to market. So there really is almost zero waste that comes from this. Water is recycled as well. And in terms of odors, there's no issue at all.
Thank you. Councillor Lehman.
Thank you very much for that thorough answer. I appreciate it.
Yeah. And if the committee will allow me just to make a comment from the chair. I am very supportive of this recommendation. I don't think I'll do it as justice as Councillor Van Holst did it, but I do think it supports and aligns council's adopted urban agricultural strategy, and it's using underutilized land. We know the residential component is not there, and I'm very supportive of the light industrial moving forward. And I just want to thank staff and the applicant and the community working together. And with that, I think we can vote.
Mayor Holder? Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Subcommittee, I do think we will recess. It was agreed that we would go till 6:30, so looking forward to everyone being back here at 6:30. With that, do we need a hand vote to recess or do? So I'm looking for a motion. Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Lehman, and we'll just do a hand vote here. All those in favor, thank you, Councillor Hillier, and we'll see you at 6:30, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the 16th meeting of the Planning and Environment Committee. Next on the agenda in scheduled items is 3.7, which is the public participation meeting for 560 and 562 Wellington Street. I am looking to committee members to open up the public participation meeting. Councillor Hillier, seconded by Councillor Lewis. And we'll go to a vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
And I'd like to go to staff to do a presentation. Ms. Wise, please go forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the planner, Sonia Wise. There are presentation slides beginning on page 325 of the added agenda package. This file OZ8462 relates to 560 and 562 Wellington Street, which is shown on slide 1. The site is located across from Victoria Park on the east side of Wellington Street, is designated as low-density residential in the 1989 official plan and within the neighborhood's place type in the London plan. The site is within the West Woodfield Heritage Conservation District and the Woodfield Neighborhood Specific Residential Policy Area, which are both intended to maintain the low-density residential character. The near campus neighborhood policies also apply, which plan for residential intensification strategically in appropriate locations and forms. Slide 2 shows the existing uses on site, which are comprised of a 5-story office building at the corner of Wolfe and Wellington and a 2-story office building directly to the north. There are future high-rise development lands to the south and a low-rise residential neighborhood with office conversions to the north and east. Slide 3 shows the site with relation to the West Woodfield Heritage Conservation District. The site is designated as a Part 5 property, and the existing buildings are both classified with a B rating within the plan. Slide 4 shows the proposed development, which is for a 17-story mixed-use apartment building with a 3-story podium and commercial ground floor space. There are 173 residential units and 219 parking spaces proposed, with an overall density of 800 units per hectare. The requested amendment is to the multifamily high-density residential designation and for a specific policy to allow the greater density and range of commercial uses. The requested zone is for a holding residential R10 special provision zone, with special provisions requested for reduced building setbacks, increased lot coverage, and reduced and alternative landscape open space. Slide 5 shows the past iterations of the proposed design. The initial proposal was for a 25-story building, and a second submission was for a 22-story building. Slide 6 shows the timeline. This application was accepted as complete in February of 2015, and a revised design of 22 stories was submitted in December of 2016. In May of 2017, staff brought forward a report recommending refusal. Municipal Council referred the matter back to staff to continue to work with the applicant to submit a revised proposal that would be more compatible with the surrounding context and planning framework. The next year in 2018 is when Council directed staff to undertake a comprehensive study for the property surrounding Victoria Park. The Victoria Park secondary plan is in draft form at this time, and the study is still ongoing. So it is important to note that given the timing of the application submission, the determinative policies for evaluation are those of the 1989 official plan. In June of this year, a revised design of 17 stories was submitted, and that is what is before you tonight. Slide 7 briefly outlines the public comments that have been submitted. So since March of 2015, there have been over 75 written submissions, mostly in opposition to the application, as well as a petition with over 500 signatures also in opposition. The consistent concerns that have arisen include the impacts of the heritage character on the West Woodfield Heritage Conservation District, the impacts on Victoria Park, that it would be precedent-setting development, a lack of conformity with existing plans and policies, and also increased traffic volumes and safety. Slide 8 provides a summary of the recommendation, which is for refusal. The subject site is within a prominent central location, opposite Victoria Park, within a low-density residential neighborhood, and a heritage conservation district. The policy direction is for retention and preservation of the existing neighborhood and contemplates sensitive infill development forms only. Despite having a central location and convenient proximity to transit and services, it is not identified nor appropriate for the consideration of such intensity on this site. The proposed 17-story development is not compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. It represents an abrupt change in height with no transitions or buffering, and would be better suited to a location that would contemplate and support high-rise intensities like the downtown. The proposal is inconsistent with the provincial policy statements, does not conform to the official plan, and is not in keeping with the West Woodfield Heritage Conservation District. The recommendation is for refusal and retention of the existing official plan designation and zoning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. Any technical questions from the committee? I see none. I'd like to move to the applicant. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me? Fine.
Yes, Mr. Stapleton, go ahead. You have up to
Okay.
5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to bring this application back to Planning Committee. I'm here with Mr. Handy and Mr. Muir from GSP Group, who will be assisting me this evening and to answer any of the questions you may have. I would also like to thank staff for their time and effort on this file. We do appreciate it despite our differences in opinion. When there is such differences in opinion, we have to search for an understanding. The difficulty in this case is the policy framework and the land use designation are not in harmony. The 89 official plan or OP policy framework supports intensification and directs high-rise residential uses to areas with certain locational attributes. This dichotomy has caused confusion and opposing views that have yet to be reconciled. In order to clarify, it's important to analyze the rationale of both the policies and the land use designation and to determine the applicability of the broader support relating to this specific location and understanding the context. The local attributes of this application in specific area are significant. The proximity to downtown and transit, places of employment, retail and restaurants, and open space amenities are front and center. These are attributes that are specifically identified in the official plan as preferred locations for support higher order land uses. Unfortunately, these policies are at odds with the current low density residential designation, and it is this discrepancy that is the basis of our application to amend the official plan. 560 and 562 Wellington Street redeveloped in the same time as the Civic Precinct in the 70s. The properties include 2 office buildings, one 2-story, one 5-story, and contribute to more of a mixed use transformation along Wellington Street. This area, due to the locational attributes, continues to evolve with the recent approval of an 18-story residential complex on the Canada Life property. This combination of higher intensity uses have distinguished the corridor's character from the remainder of the area. The historic and locational attributes influence the evolution of the area. The vast majority of single-family homes in the area have been transitioned to multifamily and office conversions. The results in the loss of private rear yard amenity space in favor of parking areas. This is important as the change in land use must quantify the impacts to determine sensitivity to that change. The change in housing form and height does not necessarily make it incompatible. The impacts must be measured and assessed before this can be determined. This is done by understanding the abutting land's uses and potential sensitivities. As noted in our previous submissions, the transition of the private amenity spaces to parking areas limits the impacts to the area and therefore limits the sensitivity to height. The evolution of the area from the 1970s, followed by development of an 8-story apartment building at Central and Waterloo, and a recently approved 18-story apartment complex have all reinforced the trend that began with the conversion of the original housing stock. This evolution of the area is characterized as transition. Given that the area has seen 50 years of evolution, it can also inform us on the tolerance and resilience of the area to the proposal for higher ordered land uses. This is a common evolutionary aspect to inner cities and is where further intensification should occur in order to insulate more stable neighborhoods. Before I ask Mr. Handy of GSP Group to speak on the planning rationale, I would like to reiterate that we will continue to work with the city on its goals with affordability and a broader community on design and heritage contributions as part of the site plan process if council sees clear to endorse this application. I would be pleased to answer any question after Mr. Handy's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Stapleton. I just want to remind you, you just have under 1 minute left.
Oh, I believe we both marked 5 minutes. I have 5 minutes and Mr. Handy had 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. So, Mr. Handy, you're the consultant then?
Yes, Madam. Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee, staff, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hugh Handy, and I'm a senior associate with GSP Group, and we act on behalf of 560 Wellington. I'm also here this evening with Kevin Muir, who's a senior planner in our firm. We're both registered professional planners. We submitted a letter that's before you this evening in your agenda package, and I'm going to provide some highlights of that. I'd like to also reiterate our thanks to staff for the ongoing dialogue through our submission. And also that we have considered comments from the public through this, as Ms. Wise has indicated. This has been an extensive process that has led us to this evening. So what I'd like to do is briefly highlight things. I won't take long. Steve has indicated many of the points that are important as part of differentiating this application. The evolution of the proposed development, as Ms. Wise has indicated in her presentation, has had multiple resubmissions and have sought to address the comments and concerns by rearranging building massing on the site. It's important, both our opinion as professional planners and our client's position, that this site is miscategorized as low density residential. Continually advanced in our planning submissions through our planning justification report for the development plans for this official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. Repeatedly, we've referenced the distinction of the Wellington Street corridor. We also believe in the London plan, which is the not the operative document, but looking forward, is a miscategorization in this as the core aspect and the site-specific appeal of the London plan. And that's detailed in our submission as well, and submissions before the city. The Victoria Park secondary plan, which Ms. Wise has indicated, we've also participated, and there's been multiple submissions through that process to recognize the context of this site and the importance of this corridor within central London. Third, we disagree with the notion this site is not an appropriate location. It's, in our opinion, not a low density site, and it's appropriate high density site. And I'll just highlight a few of those things. From a larger or macro scale, we support broad city building objectives through this application related to the provincial policy statement, the official plan, and the London plan. In our opinion, this is an urban regeneration of central London and the primary transit area. It's transit supportive, and in fact, the PPS requires, the provincial policy sphere requires transit supportive development in such locations. Victoria is a core public space. There is no doubt the importance of Victoria Park within London and within the central area. And we believe that activity and this development could further support that key public space. We also believe that supporting businesses and public services is important and would be accomplished through this application. It's on the periphery of the downtown across the street and 1 block from Richmond. This is also a principal arterial corridor on Wellington with frontage on that corridor. We will also provide a diversity of housing stock, 1, 2, 3 bedroom units in a distinct location from the downtown and in close proximity to the downtown. On a micro or in terms of a context of this site, Wellington Street's corridor character is different from the rest of West Woodfield and Woodfield, in our opinion. The 556 Wellington approvals on the south side, which Mr. Stapleton has referenced, reinforces this different character. The block the site sits in is not single detached dwelling use anymore. I think that's highlighted in some of the photos and aerial imagery that's within the letter that we've submitted to you this evening for your consideration. This block is different. When you take a look at it, with parking, with laneways. This is different from other areas within Woodfield, and we ask you for your consideration of that this evening. There's been multiple studies for the submission testing the impacts, shadowing, there's acceptable impacts considering the context. Wind, the safety conditions are met and the comfort conditions largely are acceptable. Further design measures will be at detailed design should this application be approved. Traffic, affected roads will continue to operate at acceptable service levels. And as Mr. Stapleton's indicated, this really underwent a transformation in the 70s. These are replications on the site. There's no building heritage value other than the contextual relationship. So we're not losing heritage buildings.
Mr. Handy.
In closing,
thank you.
In closing, I anticipated. Thank you, Madam Chair. In closing, the subject property is an appropriate location for a tall building, and it provides, in our opinion, a more meaningful intensification opportunity in central London and within the area of the rapid transit, furthering both local and provincial policy objectives. We look for your support this evening and we'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Madam Chair of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Handy. And any technical questions? Councillor Hillier.
Yes, thank you for recognizing me. One question for staff regarding 311 Central Avenue. That is the Granite House apartment building. How tall is that? How many stories?
Councillor Hillier, can you just give me the address again? Sorry.
311 Central Avenue. It's called the Granite House. It's been there for quite a while.
Thank you. So 311 Central. I'd just like to go to staff to find out how many stories.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's Mike Corby here. If you just want to give us a minute, we can try and figure that out for Councillor Hillier.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Sonia Wise. Based on the Google Street View and just counting the stories, it appears to be 8 stories.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other technical questions of the committee? I see none. I'll now go to the public. And I'd ask the public, I see Councillor Turner is joining us. Councillor Turner, do you have a technical question of the applicant?
I do, if I might.
Yes, please go ahead. Sorry for not recognizing you.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. If I might, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Stapleton. Could you give us a bit of a context of how long Auburn has owned the property and whether you were familiar with the West Woodfield Conservation District and the rules associated with it at the time of purchase?
Mr. Stapleton?
Sorry, I forgot to hit mute. Yes, I believe we purchased the property just after the West Woodfield Heritage Plan was adopted.
And
thank you. So I'd imagine at the time of purchase, you were aware of what the constraints were on the property, what the West Woodfield property or Heritage Conservation District process had designated for the area, as well as the official plan and the downtown area and all of those designations.
Yeah, I'm aware of the official plan designations for the property and also the policy context that I referenced in my letter. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be sure. It's the process of the West Woodfield Conservation District came into effect in 2008 of August. So just for context there. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see no other technical questions. I will go to the public and I will start with committee room 1 and 2. And if a member from the public can just come forward with your name and address if you wish, and you have up to 5 minutes. Welcome.
My name is Bill King. I'm speaking on behalf of Greg Bruzas, the owner and residents of 3 properties in Woodfield Heritage District, all located within 50 feet of the application. Now speaking on behalf of Greg. If our city accepts all or part of this application, legally, what they do for one, they must do for all. Is the city ready to make this precedent setting change to the 150+ year old historic community? All three of my properties over the past 15 years were restored honoring their historic significance and according to the City of London's Heritage London protocols. One of these homes, restoration efforts were granted the Ontario Conservancy Architectural Heritage Award in 2019. My other two properties are at 568 Wellington Street, directly next to this application, and 2 doors down at the corner of Wellington Street and Central Avenue. Our family home is located 2 properties east of Wellington Street at 293 Central Avenue, the former Phi Beta Phi sorority house. It is at very least irresponsible to grant Auburn Homes / 560 Wellington Holdings Inc. the opportunity to build the monstrosity they are proposing in a community that has Edwardian, Victorian, Queen Anne style mansions and Ontario cottages dating back to 1840. For the following reasons, why this will have a devastatingly negative impact on the integrity of the Whitfield district, the conservation of historically significant homes, and the 1,400 households and families who embrace this residential community. The 1989 official plan and the new London plan, 2021, both reference the zoning of the Whitfield district as low density residential and neighborhood place type. Auburn Homes attempted to supersede this zoning designation. Excuse me. Auburn Homes attempt to supersede this zoning designation and be accepted as urban corridor is unacceptable. They have the privilege of being located in the, in quotations, 2016 Great Places in Canada winner, great neighborhood. That privilege means they are bound to the zoning in place, no exceptions. Irresponsible and unacceptable. Their request to be rezoned as urban corridor, they are asserting that they will have 0 setback conditions with reductions to yard depths and property lines and 95% lot coverage. The building will abut, one of my homes, literally meaning I cannot open my side doors and step out. Additionally, the balconies will cantilever over my property. The same denial of property setbacks will extend across the communal right-of-way and potentially prevent access to my garage at another property. Irresponsible and unacceptable. The laneway off Wolf Street is the only access to parking for all residents in the block in question. There are only 4 driveways. All parking is accessed from a horse and buggy lane from the 1800s. By giving 0 setback off the property line, it will jeopardize families getting their vehicles down the lane. Whitfield District has a 10-meter building height rule. Auburn Homes is requesting a 61-meter height building, 6 times the height, including a 17-story mixed-use residential / commercial apartment building with 173 apartments and 1 commercial unit with a range of small scale used in the space. Irresponsible and unacceptable. If the City of London makes the precedent-setting decision to allow a 17-story building change the integrity of Whitfield Historic District, they must allow the complete block owned by Far High Holdings located between Wellington Street, Richmond Street, Central Ave, to Hyman Street to rebuild to this new zoning height at commercial retail stores and also build directly on the property line. The city must also allow the vacant lot at Central and Waterloo to be developed at the new height with retail commercial zoning. The city must also allow developers to come into the district and tear down homes to build multi-story, multi-use buildings throughout Woodfield. It will then also allow me, Greg Gruzas, to demolish 2 of my historical properties located immediately next door to 562 Wellington at 568 and on the corner of Central at 572 Wellington Street. Our home at 293 Central Avenue, the house that won the Ontario Architectural Conservancy Award, would also be torn down and will construct a 17-story building.
You have 30 seconds left.
If the city permits the retail and commercial zoning to Auburn Homes, I would convert the properties of 568 and 572 to a nightclub, restaurant, or a clothing store. I could open a cannabis shop at my home at 293 Central Avenue. Irresponsible and unacceptable. Additionally, my neighborhood in Whitfield District was in desperate need of new windows. My neighbor in Whitfield District was in desperate need of new windows on her home. Vinyl or aluminum windows were not an option as per the stringent rules of Heritage London. She had to have the wooden windows removed and cover the plastic in the interim as each was rebuilt, removing the rotten wood and replacing the glass. This process did not increase the R value of the home from the original 1907 windows. How can the city ask one thing of a 20-plus year resident of Woodfield to give the corporation full carte blanche to the changes requested to 560 Wellington Street?
If you can sum up, sir.
If the City of London moves in favor of the precedent-setting decision, it will ultimately impact the vital integrity of the Woodfield district. In doing so, they will be compromising historically significant homes, create density damage, and negatively impact the families who live and love this area. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to go to the next person in the committee room. If you just can come forward with your name, address if you wish, and you have up to 5 minutes. Welcome.
My name is Kate Braxton. I'm the chair of the Woodfield Community Association. We submitted a letter last July, but I will just read parts of that for you for the committee here tonight. Woodfield Community Association would like to express our concerns. I would like to support city staff on the refusal of the proposed development at 560 and 562 Wellington Street. While the development concept has been revised over the years, we'd like to reiterate the concerns that and our other members of the community have submitted on this application previously, which we do not feel have been adequately addressed. Appreciating the need to intensify our community, we do not believe a 17-story development is appropriate directly abutting single-family homes. And I must disagree with what was said earlier, that most of the homes in that block are no longer residential or single-family within the Woodfield neighborhood. The proposal has not adequately addressed the impacts on the neighboring residential areas, including increased traffic, particularly on Wool Street, but also the neighborhood as a whole, especially in light of the 400 unit thing that has been approved just opposite corner. In addition to the impacts on Victoria Park as a crucial open space for all residents of London, have also not been adequately addressed. Wind tunneling, shadows, traffic have all have the potential to create impacts on the park as it is enjoyed by the entire city. Also want to reiterate that during the Victoria Park secondary plan, we've asked for some environmental work to be done on the various iterations of potential zoning for the area, and that's also not been addressed adequately. The Victoria Park secondary plan was initiated to better understand the cumulative impacts of development and a set vision for the area, but has yet to be adopted. In addition, the Great West development is approved over 400 units. Understanding these cumulative impacts are vital to maintaining the character and vitality of the neighborhood, but also this small green parcel in the middle of our city. So how can this development move forward prior to finalizing the secondary plan? Without that plan in place, we cannot support this application. It is also unclear how this development can be contemplated in the context of the West Woodfield Heritage Conservation District, which emphasizes residential character, pedestrian scale, and the importance of Victoria Park. With regard to specifics of the proposed development, the reduction of yard depths, increase in lot area, and use of rooftop areas in the calculation of landscaped open space are not appropriate for the site. While we appreciate the multiple revisions to the proposal and attempt to mitigate impacts of a 17-story building directly abutting a low density residential cannot be mitigated. We don't believe the site is appropriate for this for the proposed development and will set a precedent, as the previous speaker noted, to the other sites abutting the park. We would like to note that we are happy to meet with the city and the development to share our concerns and collaborate on solutions. We'd also like to echo concerns being expressed by others that the public meeting before the Planning and Environment Committee and Council, while required under the Planning Act, do not represent meaningful community engagement. We urge this committee to please support staff's recommendation that this application be refused, and we thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome. If you could just state your name and address if you wish, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Should be looking there, right? Yeah. So my name is Elmsley, 63 Arcadia Crescent, and I'm in N5W, which is a long way from N6A and B. But I still support all of the Woodfield Community Association persons that are against this plan. And as outlined in the staff recommendation, this proposal has been before the city since 2015. There have been 3 planning submissions, many community meetings, latch meetings, 2 appearances before PEC, 2 appearances before council. The latest submission will mean 3 appearances before PEC and 3 appearances before council. Staff have recommended refusal every time because it does not fit any plans in the lexicon of City of London plans and the strategies to implement those plans. I now again ask PEC to stand by staff and again reject this proposal. As you may be aware, this developer has many outstanding site-specific appeals at the local, well, LPAC, previously known as the Ontario Municipal Board. So it's many site-specific appeals to the London plan. In fact, this developer has more site-specific appeals in process than any other person. As of May 28th policy status table of outstanding appeals to the London plan, by my count, he has 48 sections under appeal that pertain to this property. He is the only person with appeals in the cultural heritage section. The cultural heritage section is recognized and respected by every other person in London. You may also be aware that the London plan reflects the wishes of Londoners as recognized in the 2nd paragraph of the London plan, the 2nd paragraph of that plan. Rethinking London. For 2 years, thousands of Londoners participated in the Rethink London process, a widespread community discussion, which at its core focused on the fundamental question: what kind of city do we want to live in 20 years from now? This was written in 2016, so we're a quarter of the way there. In reviewing the documents submitted to support this proposal, you will find that the only one without any concerns about this development is the traffic study. I suggest that statistics of a traffic study notwithstanding, only a person not living nearby would agree with that conclusion. Latch has reservations about the HIA, the Urban Design Review Panel have concerns, the wind and shadow studies raise concerns. In short, there is nothing meaningful to support this project other than the developer's wish to proceed. Clearly, this developer is not concerned about what the rest of London, what the rest of London cares about in the design of his city. And to refute one thing about the evolutionary theory of redevelopment in Woodfield, I believe Mr. Staple is referring to 2 sites that have yet to be developed. Planning approval is in place, but they have yet to be developed. One over 10 years in waiting. 2 other things that are not mentioned in any of the paperwork that I saw is response to the climate emergency that this council declared 2 years ago. There are no features presented, and in fact, much of the limited outdoor amenity space is not useful due to the wind conditions. Secondly, the homeless challenge. There is nothing presented to the public to allow for units with rent geared to income. In your deliberations over this proposal, please support the excellent and very clearly supported conclusions of staff. Please support me and the people of London in their wishes for future development or redevelopment of our home city, as envisioned in the London plan. Please make a decision that makes sense to all the people of London. Please walk the talk of our strategic plan for the City of London. Values, good governance driven by community.
You have a few seconds left.
Strengthening our community. London's neighborhoods have a strong character and sense of place. Ensure that new development fits within and enhances its surrounding community. continue to conserve London's heritage properties and archaeological resources.
Thank you. Yes, please come forward, stating your name and address if you wish, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Tom Olkansky. I'm a resident of Wolf Street. I own 3 properties in the vicinity of this proposed development. Victoria Park is really an unfortunate locus of several differing and competing zones. The official city plan of 1989, confirmed by the London Plan, New London Plan, resolves this issue by compromise. It defines those various zones around the park and recognizes that their mutual coexistence in fact can work to enhance the city by leaving intact this small bit of geography we call Victoria Park that is so diversely utilized by the city's citizens. That portion of lands to the north and east are designated low-density residential in 1989 and confirmed the neighborhood's place on the London Plan. This area and the park itself is further designated heritage zone. The requested changes to the zoning and special provisions being asked will fly in the face of this compromise. There is no attempt whatsoever in the developer's proposal to maintain this spirit. If approved, it will upend the fragile balances of uses, both by the building itself with its height, massing, lot coverage, and also by the precedent that it will be set if allowed. As has already happened, there will be further erosion of the park's mosaic. Others will use this precedent to seek conversion of the remaining neighborhood's place type to high-rise commercial residential. That erodes the viability of the park as a community gathering space as it becomes the backyard for a group of high-rise exclusive apartments. I encourage you to maintain the status quo, an awkward but functional compromise that keeps the park and its environs accessible to all Londoners. Please be consistent by the work done by staff and by previous council in the previous 2 applications that have gone on in what is now this 3rd application. Once again, turn it down. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in committee room? Please come forward with your name, address if you wish, and you have up to 5 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. It's Marianne Hodge from 310 Wolf Street. And I wanted to first start off by commenting on some previous comments around the fact that this is an unusual block within Woodfield. And I have to agree, this is an unusual block because being facing the park was always considered to be a valuable piece of property. And we can see from the residences that are still in that block that those are exquisite examples of Victorian architecture. It's also a unique block because it is unique in that it has the back laneways. As was already commented, there are only 4 properties that have direct access for vehicles, which is why it may appear that people aren't using their backyards for backyards. It's because they're using their front yards for front yards instead of parking lots. So we have, and we also have a group home. So we have multiple uses that are very residential in character. But I wanted to really focus on the fact that we have an affordable housing crisis and we are in a climate emergency. And people often ask me, how can I advocate for affordable housing and climate action, but I'm against this application? And it is true that increasing density in the city is essential to combating climate change, and we need density to make transit work more efficiently. But density allows us to leverage existing infrastructure like sewer, water, and roads that we already have in place, keeping property taxes lower. But density is not a one-size-fits-all solution. Doubling the density on this site is still a significant improvement. If we were to double the density throughout the city, we would not have a housing shortage. We have rules, zoning rules that dictate the appropriate density throughout the city. And this property has been zoned for 6 stories for decades, since the original houses were demolished to build the existing office tower. The London plan has updated the zoning to double this property's current zoning to 12, which is much less than what the current application sits at. Auburn wants to argue that this property is really in the downtown core, but this is not the downtown core. This is a heritage district with the advantages and disadvantages that go with it. As a property owner in the neighborhood, we know this means higher renovation costs and limited redevelopment opportunities. It means that there is space between the buildings, not wall-to-wall concrete. Auburn has resubmitted this application with 0 lot lines, which is not in keeping with a residential neighborhood. And this is a heritage district because of the residential nature of the buildings. It is true that some of this housing has transitioned to light office use, but with the decreasing demand for office space, these buildings may yet transition back to residential, as Auburn is demonstrating in their redevelopment of an office building back to residential. This development will not address the housing affordability shortage either, as this desirable location next to Victoria Park will entice developers to build to the highest possible price point. In my opinion, climate change is really a symptom of a larger issue. It shows us what happens when we sacrifice the health of people and the planet in the pursuit of short-term economic gain. What is the long-term cost of putting a 17-story building in a block of 2 to 3 story heritage buildings? What is the cost to Victoria Park? There have been no studies, as has been noted, that can show the park can still flourish with the tall buildings encircling the park, increasing shade at every point in the day. And climate change has shown us one important thing, that we need to protect our natural spaces. The park is planned for the possibility of 25-story buildings on the west and 35-story buildings on the south. And these heights are closer to the higher density transit corridors. And COVID has shown us that we need to protect our public spaces. The new building that's on Richmond Street, which I like to call the Jenga Tower, is a great example of high-rise development in the right place. It's at least a block away from the park and has no great impact on the experience in the park.
You have 30 seconds left.
Attracting people to the downtown requires more than just high-rise buildings. It requires natural spaces for people to go for a walk. This neighborhood is most desirable because it has a gem of a park and is in an attractive heritage district. That means taking walks in the neighborhood pleasurable. But this privilege comes with responsibility, the responsibility to keep the neighborhood a residential atmosphere. So I ask you to deny this application, and which I feel will have a negative impact on Londoners' enjoyment of Victoria Park, the jewel of London's urban parks.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. Is there anyone else in the committee room that would like to come forward? I see no further comments from committee rooms 1 and 2. Are there any others?
Dorothy Palmer.
Ms. Palmer?
Oh, thank you. I did look at the proposals and the plans, and I appreciate the comments from both the developer and, of course, the committee room. One statement did stand out for me. It was that this stretch of Wellington had been redeveloped in the 1970s, and it's kind of, well, so it's already kind of gone. And I'm not sure that's really a wonderful reference. There were errors made at the time, and perhaps this is the time to sit back a bit and say what could be done better for the next 50 years. And I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to make a comment?
Kelly McKeating.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Keating. I just want to remind you, you have up to 5 minutes. Please proceed.
I'm trying, I think I'll be shorter. So as you may realize, I am speaking on behalf of the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario's London Region Branch. The ACO London supports the staff's recommendation And we've submitted a letter which provides a detailed list of our concerns regarding this proposed development, and I'm not going to repeat all of the items in that letter. My understanding, and I could be wrong, but my understanding is that a city in Ontario cannot pass a zoning bylaw that's inconsistent with a heritage conservation district plan. And the policy 4.3 of the West Woodfield HCD plan states that new buildings shall respect and be compatible with the heritage character of the West Woodfield area through attention to height, built form, setback, massing, material, and other architectural elements. So it seems to me that this proposal is inconsistent with the HCD plan, and that is presumably something that the city should be considering in deciding how to address this proposal. Also, the Ontario Municipal Board, the predecessor to the Ontario Land Tribunal, found in 2015 in a matter up in Toronto related to a 32-story building. They found that they decided that respectful separation district was critical to conserving the heritage attributes of the neighboring designated and listing properties. And in that regard, I'd point out that 560, 562 Wellington Street are immediately adjacent to two designated properties, 294 Wolfe Street and 568 Wellington Street. So again, this proposal sort of fails in that criteria that the OMB set a few years ago. Now, high-rise intensification is absolutely to be supported in the right location. And within the City of London, our position and our perspective is that the south side of downtown is, for the most part, the right location. There are parking lots there. There are low-rise buildings that don't have any redeeming architectural value. And there are ample and really wonderful opportunities for intensification there. The right location is not next door to city gems such as Victoria Park. And as another example of what is not the right location, I'd suggest that in the city of Paris, France, they'd be unlikely to permit a 17-story office tower or residential development along the Champs-Élysées Boulevard, even though there are indeed high-rise towers elsewhere in the city of Paris. It's all about the right location and the right spot. And I would encourage you, as one of the other speakers said, to please make the decision that makes sense for West Woodfield and also for all Londoners. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to make comments to the staff's recommendation? I see none, and I'll ask one more time. If there's anyone that would like to make comments, please come forward. I see no further comments. I'd like to go to the committee to close the public participation meeting. Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Lehman. And if we can close the public participation meeting.
Harrison, I'll vote yes. I will also vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
And I'd like to go to the committee for comments. Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. You know, one of the major tenets of the London Plan and what we've heard repeatedly tonight is the importance of intensification. And I think it also stressed the importance of intensification in the downtown area for a number of reasons, to reduce urban sprawl, for transportation issues, et cetera. And during my time here at PAC, we have seen, you know, projects that have come forward that do impact neighborhoods and communities, and very similar concerns raised. And it's challenging as a member of this committee to approve those projects in the face of that concern raised by those that live in the neighborhood. In this particular case, we have a situation where there's a 5-story office building with another building attached to it that are not heritage buildings. It's an opportunity for us to see the much desired intensification in the downtown area. But this is, the downtown area is, this is a further challenge here that I forgot to mention, is that it's up against the heritage area. But we find this around the downtown area. We come across this a lot of times. So yes, let's have intensification, but not here. We should do it over here. We should do it over there, but just not in this particular area. I understand those concerns, but the city doesn't build. Builders build and they come to us for approval. You know, the applicant has been here a number of times and been referred back, and they've come down from a 24-story building down to 22, and now we're at 17. At 17, might be too high for some, might be too low for others. It's compatible with the 18-story building approved by council on the south side of Victoria Park. You know, it's what do we do with the park downtown? How will that impact Victoria Park? Some would prefer to see it no development around the park. Others would see more development. One comment was comparing it to Paris, France. Well, Victoria Park, I was privy to see an earlier planning of the park, and it was actually modeled after Central Park in New York. New York, I guess, is the opposite of Paris in that there's extremely tall buildings around Central Park, and it thrives. I think the aspect of having higher intensification in our downtown area is important on a number of levels, but to see the core thrive with people living down here. I don't believe that a 17-story residential unit will harm the park. In fact, I think it will add to the vibrancy of the area. When you have commercial, you know, cafes, et cetera, on the lower level, as indicated by the London plan, I think it adds to that atmosphere. I see it happening on Talbot, and the buildings being developed there, the increased activity. So I would, you know, I think it's time that we move ahead with this. So I don't agree with the staff recommendation at this point. So I would like to put a motion on the floor. The clerk has the wording for that motion. That based on the application of 560 Wellington Holdings relating to the property located at 560 and 562 Wellington Street, A, the request to amend the official plan 1989 to change the designation from a low-density residential to a multifamily high-density residential designation, and to add a specific area policy in Chapter 10. Policies for specific areas be approved for the following reasons, which I've stated. We'll have to get wording on that. And B, the request to amend zoning bylaw number Z-1 to change the zoning from subject property from an office zone to a holding residential R10 special provision zone be approved. We need residents living downtown. This is a block away from the downtown loop of rapid transit. It will add to the vibrancy of our downtown area. I think 17 stories is appropriate for this development across the street from the park. So I would like to put that motion on the floor, Chair.
So there's a motion on the floor. I guess I'm looking for a seconder. If I can just double check the process, do we have to turn down the recommendation before a new motion comes forward? So a new motion can come forward. I just wanted to double check. And I'm not sure if the public can see the motion that's in front of us.
Chair?
Your worship, I just asked the question if the public that is present here understands the motion in front of us. Can they see it? So if the public cannot see the motion, I would like it maybe read out by the mover one more time. And if you can do that, Councillor Lehman, thank you.
Yep. The motion reads that based on the application of 560 Wellington Holdings, Inc. relating to the property located at 560 and 562 Wellington Street, A, the request to amend the official plan 1989 to change the designation from a low-density residential designation to a multifamily high-density residential designation, and to add a specific area policy in Chapter 10, policies for specific areas be approved. B, the request to amend zoning bylaw number Z-1 to change the zoning from the subject property from an office OF1 zone to a holding residential R10 special provision H5 R10-5 zone be approved.
I guess I'm looking for a seconder here.
Chair?
Uh,
Are you seconding it, Your Worship?
I am with a brief comment as well. One thing that I heard residents speak several times to was the acknowledgement that there was, excuse me, what I did not see was a reference to affordable housing. And, you know, our development community has always taken great pains in doing so. So while I will not ask for a change to the amendment I'm prepared to second, but I would ask that staff and the developer come back with some specific references on dealing with affordable housing. I think it's the right thing to do, and I think it's an honorable thing to do. And I would look forward to the developer considering that as this goes forward, assuming it does. Thanks.
Are there any other comments from the committee? Sorry, I can't see your hand, Councillor. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Madam Chair. If I might ask a question through you first to staff, what's the deadline for approval on this file?
Ms. Weiss?
Through you, Madam Chair, the application was submitted in 2015, so that is well past. There's also a site-specific appeal to the London plan for this property.
Thank you. That's helpful. We have some really important objectives in the London plan, and everybody keeps talking about them. I hope everybody's had a chance to read through them, to really understand them, and to understand how we've derived the London plan and how we derived our area plans, especially things like the Westwood Field Conservation District. Absolutely, we need to be looking towards intensification and infill, growing inwards and upwards. At the same time, we continue to grow outwards, even though we're not growing upwards as much. We're being really inconsistent with our planning policies, other than taking a really opportunistic approach. Yeah, we need to have a development downtown. And we have some pretty clear areas identified for that. That's what the London Plan did. It identified where it could go and how. So you shouldn't be taking the approach of just allow anything to be built anywhere just because it has density to it. The Westwood Field Conservation District, Heritage Conservation District, and the London Plan were the products of fairly significant consultation with the city and with the neighborhood and with stakeholders over and over and over again. And when we turn our backs on those things, we really erode public trust. People have the right to ask, what are the motives for just ignoring what we have on paper? Because if we have an agreement, what good is the paper it's written on? And I've seen this a few too many times, and I'm really, really concerned about it. Councillor Lehman identified some of these other projects where there was opposition within the neighborhood, and they were intensification projects, and those were ones that I actually supported. But there's a stark difference here, and the difference is that this building is completely prohibited by our policies. The Westwood Field Conservation District and the London Plan prohibit this. And so the motion that's on the floor right now is completely in the face of that. It ignores all of our policies, all done in the name of infill and intensification. Yeah, absolutely, let's do infill intensification, but we have an agreement with our city. We have an agreement with our Londoners, and we're breaking those at every turn. There's a way around this. It's to rewrite those policies. Rewrite the Westwood Field Heritage Conservation District, rewrite the London Plan, or complete the Victoria Park secondary plan. None of those things have been done. And Auburn knows this. And right now what they're doing is the great City Hall spaghetti test. They're throwing it against the wall again to see if it sticks. They've been waiting for a committee like you guys to be ready to pass it, but twice before it's been rejected because it doesn't meet the policies of the day. I totally understand why they're doing it, right? They're quite aware, and I asked this, they're quite aware of what the land use designations are. They knew when they purchased the property what they were and what the limits were on the development of that property. And they're looking to maximize the profits on the site. I can't blame them for that. That's what a company does. Our job is to keep that in check. Auburn is prolific users of the LPAT appeals, and we just heard from Ms. Wise that they already have a site-specific appeal on this site, but they're not willing to wait and let it play out. They're waiting for a sympathetic council to be able to move this forward. They also know that there's no avenue for appeal on this site that's going to get them to the right place. Otherwise, they would have appealed on the basis of time already. And at LPAT, like, this is a guaranteed appeal either way. So this should be a caution. If Auburn's not willing to appeal on the time basis, council shouldn't be willing to approve, because this will go to LPAT, and it's going to be next to impossible for the city to defend this one, especially in light of the report that you have all read, which is pretty much unequivocal on every level against recommendation for approval of this. Unequivocal recommendation for refusal. It's a clear departure from the official plan. It's a clear departure from the provincial policy statements. It's a clear departure from the Westwood Field Heritage Conservation District. Is there a way to move forward and allow building on this site? Yeah, either consistent with all of those policies or by working to change those policies in the appropriate way rather than through this either front door or back door route. Let's finish up the Victoria Park area plan. If that's the will of this council, let's do it the right way for once, because I was hoping that you'd prove me wrong. I was hoping that that you might recognize, that this council might recognize, this committee might recognize that this is egregious. And the fact that there were no comments from this committee beyond that of Councillor Lehman to this point really, really stuns me. So I hope you've heard the community. I hope you give pause to this. I hope as it comes forward to council, there's an opportunity to not move this forward and let it go through the appropriate process because there is a difference. At some point, downtown has to end, and that's at Wolf Street as it stands in our policies right now. Perhaps council wants to change that at some point, but that's not what's on paper right now. Let's hold up our agreements with the people.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. I'd like to go to any other committee members for comments, and if not, I would like Councillor Van Holst is joining us. Councillor Van Holst, do you have any comments? Oh,
I think
just before I go to you, Councillor Van Holst, I did not recognize that Councillor Lewis had his hand up, so I'll go to the Councillor Lewis, and then I'll come back to you. Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was putting notes together as other councillors were speaking. So I'm happy to, although I'm a committee member, I'm happy to yield and let Councillor Van Holst go first, and then I'll take my turn after that.
Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to inquire about the progress of the Victoria Park plan. So we did start that, and I had maybe expected something by now, but perhaps it's soon on its way. But I think Councillor Turner brought up a good point there.
Councillor Van Holst, if that's a question of staff, I'd like to go to staff for them to answer it.
Hi, through the chair, this is Britt O'Hagan speaking. So yes, we did bring forward a recommendation to adopt the Victoria Park secondary plan in February of 2020, which was referred back to staff for further consultation as well as further studies. So there has been some consultation with all of the property owners and stakeholders, and also additional studies related to things like land uses, parking areas, environmental features that have been ongoing. And we are hoping to report back with a recommendation on the secondary plan early in the new year.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's fine. And Councillor Turner also brought up the possibility of modifications to the Woodfield Heritage Plan. And what would be required as a change to that plan to make this development possible?
If I can go to staff, I'm not sure who can answer that.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, this is Laura Dent, Heritage Planner.
Yes, welcome.
There's no mechanism within the Ontario Heritage Act to amend Heritage Conservation District plans. It would have to be repealed, and then an entirely new Heritage Conservation District plan would have to be adopted in its place. So it can't be appealed in pieces.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate those answers.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate people feel very strongly on both sides of this. You know, for me, when we talk about the London plan or even the 1989 official plan or any of our secondary plans, you know, one of the factors for me, and it's in the staff report tonight on this particular file. It's referenced in section 4, and it says, it is recognized that through infill, intensification and redevelopment, some high and medium density residential projects may be permitted in areas which have not been identified as preferred locations. The approval of these developments will be based on the ability of a site to accommodate the development in a manner which requires compatibility concerns be addressed. And although staff then goes on to say why they don't feel those compatibility concerns are addressed, we also heard from the applicant their arguments as to why they feel they have been addressed. And we heard about things like the rear yards, amenity spaces of the buildings behind having been converted into parking lots, and the minimal impact that has on compatibility. You know, and on that, I'm inclined to agree with them in that I'm not sure that a parking lot is really impacted by the building beside it all that much. Plans are great guiding documents, they're visioning documents, but it is important that we have also the awareness to recognize when they may need to have exceptions and or modifications. And I know that we're coming up on the 5th anniversary now of the London Plan, so we're actually due, and we're not even finished the appeals process on a number of appeals, and yet we're already due for the 5-year review of the plan coming up. So they're not something that's carved in stone. They're something that's a back and forth and take time and years. So, and I do hear the concerns of the community, but I hear the concerns of the community in the ways that I, quite honestly, hear the concerns of the community anytime we have intensification. It's not going to fit the neighborhood. It's going to impact me. And while I don't discount those, I think we also have to be thinking about the fact, and we did hear from Ms. Hodge when she was presenting, it is difficult to balance because intensification is so important if we're going to take climate action seriously. Spreading out, as Councillor Turner mentioned, is not the ideal situation. It is much better if we grow upward with our intensity. So in that regard, I see why Council wants to, or why Councillor Lehman and Mayor Holder have put this forward in terms of being supportive of it. It is a strong back and forth weight of intensification and what that means for our community versus the objections that we're hearing from people in the neighborhood. And that's always a difficult balancing act. So I'm inclined, and I will say also, you know, we heard from one presenter reading out a letter that had been on the agenda already about how precedent setting this is in terms of, you know, he'll convert a dwelling into a cannabis shop and things like that. Well, respectfully, this doesn't set a precedent for that kind of thing. And in fact, I referenced as well, like approval will be based on the ability of a site to accommodate certain things. I think when people start, well, you know, making statements about precedent setting that are not in fact true, it's not really helpful to the argument. And approving this does not say that everybody can just start demolishing buildings and build whatever they want. You know, whether it's heritage demolition permits, whether it's zoning changes, whether it's business licensing, there's all kinds of processes involved. So I just want to address that right now. I don't see this as setting a precedent that lets anyone do whatever they want. However, I'm inclined, because we've seen changes come through this plan. You know, this is the 3rd iteration that's come back to us. The height has come down considerably from where it started. I know, I recall another project that Councillor Cassidy had in her ward, I believe, that where she described the marshmallow effect of when you squish down, the building squishes out a little bit, and I see that's happened with this footprint too. Although not dramatically, the same effect has happened, and I think that's what we're going to get when we're trying to encourage intensification, but we're concerned about heights. For me, we've got an 18-story building on the south side of Wellington and Wolf. You know, the building that we're sitting in tonight is 12 stories. I don't see 17 as way out of compatibility with the neighborhood, so I'm inclined to support it tonight. But I'm continuing to listen to what people have to say, and I'm doing this with sort of sitting on a teeter-totter tonight, so I'll listen to what folks have to say at council as well.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. And if I can ask the committee that I would like to make my comments here from the chair, just so that we don't have to move around so often. And I am going to speak to the motion in front of us, and I am not going to be supporting the motion at all. And I'll start off with, first of all, thanking the public for coming out. One thing I've learned here tonight, listening to the public, as well as the applicant, as well as the staff, that this area is very unusual. It's right across from Victoria Park that every Londoner holds very dearly, that park. And how we develop around the park is something that we have to be very respectful of. And I want to say that, first of all, I'm not the expert here. I sit on planning. I'm acting chair at the moment, but I rely on our policies. And reading the recommendation, there are a number of them. There's 8 of them that do not support this application. I appreciate this is the 3rd time the applicant has brought this forward. I support the intensification. In fact, everyone, from the public to the developer, to the committee, to council, supports intensification in this area. That is not the concern. The concern is more about how intense, and this is very intense. I appreciate the applicant's desire to go from 25 to 22 to 17, reducing the units by 15. That's a start, and I would encourage the applicant and city staff to do that back and forth and come up with something that is sensitive to the nature of a heritage conservation district development across the park. I won't go into all the details of how Latch does not support it, concerns around urban design panel, wind and shadow studies. I look forward to the Victoria Park secondary plan coming to us in the new year. All those things mean something, and I think there is room for further negotiations. It's really important. Tonight, in our consent items, and I'm going to address the London plan here. It took 4 years for the London plan to be developed, 2 years of public consultation. We tonight here, in one of the consent items, have just supported preparing the new comprehensive zoning bylaw, hiring a consultant, the London plan, to support the London plan. And here, as a committee member, I am going against our policies, and I have not been convinced that we should do that. I think we should encourage further conversation, working with the applicant and staff and the community. That is why I'm not going to be supporting the motion in front of us. So with that, we have a motion. Committee members, if you are ready. Oh, sorry, Councillor Turner, we've got too many screens going on here, and your hand I keep on missing. I do apologize.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Councillor Hillier is on the committee and has his hand up as well, so he can go ahead.
Okay, Councillor Hillier, if you can proceed first.
Thank you. Okay, I've been listening very, very quietly, and I'm listening to the London plan coming forward over and over again. And my problem is I've been on planning for a bit now. Where do we go? Where do we intensify? We keep saying not here, but over here, but then we go over there and people say we don't want to go there either. I am literally like Sean Lewis as well. I am on a teeter-totter right now. I don't know which way to go on this one because I see it as good intensification, but I also understand I have a huge screen beside me on aerial impact. I'm looking at all these people's properties, every one of them. And I'm trying to figure out, looking at the backyards, trying to look at, okay, what impact would this have here? And I'm still not sure, to be honest with you, because I look at the amount of appeals on the London plan, and it's been used to fight for and against projects. And this is one of those ones I'm not sure if they made a mistake or not. And I'm still deciding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hillier, for your comments. Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Again, thanks to the committee for considering this. As I said, I'm disappointed by the recommendation here. But I think it's really important beyond looking at just the intensification of the site is taking a look at 4.8 in the planning impact analysis in the report. There are 14 criteria, I believe, here, and that it goes through to take a look at the planning impact analysis. And on 8 of those 14, it says not met. So it goes beyond just the height of this tower or the intensification of this tower. But if you take a look at something like B, the size and shape of the parcel of land on which the proposal is to be located and the ability of the site to accommodate the intensity of the proposed use. The comments are the site-specific zoning regulations requested indicate that the site is unable to accommodate the proposed intensity, the site itself. Lot coverage within the R10 zone is contemplated up to 50% maximum, but the request here is 95%. The minimum landscaped open space is 20%, but the request here is for 0%. So 8 times in the planning impact analysis, the proposal here goes against like some pretty key things about planning policy beyond infill and intensification, beyond height. It just doesn't fit for the site. So what staff are saying is this is pretty ludicrous, and it's a really gutsy ask because it's so much of a departure from what our policies allow. So over and over and over again, and the staff do a really good job of detailing it because of course they're not going to make a recommendation for refusal if it's not well backed. Think about how many times in the course of this term you've seen a recommendation for refusal. It doesn't occur very often. And when it does, it's because there's pretty good reason for it, because they know that any appeal on this, if it were to pass, would not be upheld. It's like this appeal, if the refusal went forward, if you refuse this site, LPAT would say, yeah, you're right. Staff made a pretty good detail about why this is incompatible with all of those planning policies. Not just one, not just the concept of infill and intensification, but a whole whack of things. And so we're not in a really defendable position by moving this forward. So I'd really urge you to take a look at that. I know this is a difficult file. I know that the objectives of having more people in the core are great. We want to see more people in the core. We want the core to thrive. We want things to succeed. But what Auburn is putting forward here is just unworkable. And it's disappointing that they would put something forward this cavalierly in disregard of our policies. They've known for a long, long time what the policies are. This just doesn't work. So I'd urge you, if you're considering and you're thinking about arguments, take a look at the other arguments in this beyond just the infill and intensification piece. Take a look at whether this is actually a developable site in the way that they're putting it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. With that, Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess one of the challenges for me with this is the heights that we could see in other places along Wellington Road adjacent to the park. So I think, as I recall, is it the 30 stories for the property just across the street to the south, and then our own city hall is zoned for up to 35 stories. Is that correct? Could staff?
Councillor Van Holst, is the question the 30 stories across the street from this application, the parking lot?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's Mike Corby here. We'll just need a minute to confirm those heights for you.
I had one other question, Madam Chair, if I may. I'm afraid it may take a little work for that too, but of the properties in the Woodfield Heritage District, what what percentage of those would be impacted by this? That would be my question as a way to gauge the amount of impact on that heritage district.
Mm. And you're looking for the percentages of homes or buildings that would be impacted by this development?
Sure, or the number of properties in that district and the number of properties impacted. I'm sure I could do the math myself.
I know we heard from the public that is very close to this application, but I wonder if I can go to staff while we're looking for an answer to the first question. Could we get an understanding on how many buildings will be impacted in the Heritage District area?
This Laura Dent here, through you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure that I can provide a clear answer on the spot. I'd have to, first of all, I mean, what do we mean by impact here? A heritage impact assessment was prepared as part of the application, so that when we're looking at impacts, we're looking at more than simply the adjacent impacts. I mean, there are other impacts related to shadowing and noise and views, microclimate impacts potentially on the park. So in terms of adjacencies, I mean, we can count the number of properties that are literally adjacent to the property that's being developed. But in terms of impacts, I'm not sure if I'm able to right now be able to provide a clear response to Councillor Van Holst's query.
And if I may help Councillor Van Holst, so the answer was that a heritage impact assessment would be done?
It was already prepared.
And can we have the results of that?
It looked at many potential impacts, and this was prepared by the applicant in support of their application. So their conclusions were that because they evaluated this property as not having any heritage significance, that they did not move forward in their impact assessment with proposing mitigating measures to impacts. Just to point out, though, that the property is designated because it is in a heritage conservation district. There was some mention that the property was not a heritage designated property, but it is because it's a Part 5 designated property within a heritage conservation district. So I hope in my roundabout way, I was able to respond in some respect to your query.
Councillor Van Holst?
Thank you. So how many properties in total are in the Woodfield Heritage District?
I don't have, I'm sorry, I don't have that number handy. I'm not sure if there's anybody else available that could provide that. I can look quickly, but I might be fumbling a bit trying to get back to you in a timely manner in front of council here.
If I can, Councillor Van Holst, this will be going to council. There will be some time that you could probably follow up with those questions with staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I think it was Mr. Corby that you...
Through you, Madam Chair.
Go
Yes,
ahead.
we'd just like to clarify with Councillor Van Holst. Were you looking for the height at 556 Wellington Street, right across the street from the subject site, or the old oak tower on Richmond Street?
It was the Wellington, between the
subject site and City Hall?
Yeah, there's a development possible on a parking lot that's between the Centennial Hall and the subject site.
Okay. So that's limited to 65 meters because that zone requires certain step backs. It restricts the height as the building goes up. It has to step back away from the property lines. So that's a roughly 18 stories or 65 meters. City Hall has a zoning of 68 meters, so roughly 22 stories. And it's within a downtown designation though, and not a neighborhood place type.
Okay. All right, thank you. So I appreciate those numbers. And I guess the challenge with this property is that if we looked at those, I guess it's different looking at it from Victoria Park and thinking what is appropriate height, and from looking at it from the Woodfield Heritage District and realizing, hey, we're looking at it from a heritage district. So that's another one of the challenges in this decision for the committee. But I appreciate the information. So the height that's proposed here would be similar to the ones just to the south that were possible. But thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'll go to the committee. If there are no further comments, if we can vote.
Chair, I'll vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-1. I'm just going to move on to number 4 now, items for direction. It's 4.1, the 10th report of the London Advisory Committee on Heritage. I'm looking for a motion to approve the report. Councillor Lewis, and seconded by Councillor Lehman.
Chair, I'll vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
4.2, we have a food security and home-based food business, a letter from Councillor Van Holst, and there is a motion in front of us. I'd like to maybe put it on the members of the committee. You've received the motion. It's the direction for civic administration to be directed to bring forward a report that identifies recommended zoning amendments or next steps regarding the regulations in zoning bylaw number Z1 for home occupations as they relate to food-based businesses, taking into consideration recent provincial changes to the food premises regulation, OReg 493-17, and the guide to starting a home-based food business by the Ministry of Health 2020. And I know the councillor is here as well. Maybe I'll go to Councillor Hillier first before I go to the councillor.
Thank you very much. Yes, I read Michael's report quite intently, and I actually am very familiar with the guide to starting a home-based food business. I only want to give one concern to the members of the public. I know quite a bit about this because I've advised people with markets and coming in to start home food-based businesses before. Before you start this, talk to the place where you're intending to sell it, because sometimes they will not allow it if you're doing because of it. They like to have a registered kitchen. Just make sure. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Hillier. And maybe I'll go to Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Councillor Hillier from great advice from somebody who knows. So this, I think this is an exciting possibility for London in terms of food security and economy as well. A resident brought this forward. I've had a chance to discuss it with staff and the who were kind enough to create the motion for me, and also the food policy committee. So basically, there's now rules that make it possible for people to produce food if it's low risk food without the need for a commercial kitchen. So people could bake bread or cookies, things like that, and sell them. And I think this is a valuable and important direction for us to go in, certainly in terms of those two ideas: food security and also for the economy. This is certainly something that many people could do. So at that, I'll leave it to the committee. I would hope that you'd move and support this motion.
And do I see a mover? I see the mayor. And Councillor Hillier, would you like to make a comment? I'll go to the mayor first. I'll first go to the mayor.
Thanks very much, Chair. I have some concerns around this, although I appreciate the spirit and intent of where Councillor Van Holst is coming from. I'm not sure if I need to declare an interest, as my family has a retail business in food, specifically cupcakes and chocolates. And one of the challenges that we have, and we see it time and again, are home-based businesses that don't think they need to license. Home-based businesses that frankly have all sorts of health issues, concerns, because the health inspectors don't even know who they are. You'll see on their business cards that they will have a name and a phone number, and you can't pick up from their home. You have to go to a third-party location to have it delivered to it, because, and it all has to be done online because they go outside the rules. And when they go outside the rules, we can't charge appropriate licensing fees. And frankly, how many cats and dogs do these people have at home, where the food that you have might have little fur balls or whatever it might be? Maybe it doesn't, and please God that doesn't, because the liability rests with us. So I don't know what low risk food preparation from home means, but having said it, if someone is duly and appropriately licensed, has a place where they actually show an address, because otherwise what happens is the underground economy has stolen millions of dollars in London itself and across this country in terms of billions. I'm going to reference actually an article that the former Chamber of Commerce CEO Jerry McCartney wrote, and it was about it said, when shopping local, make sure the business is legal. And what he said is $45 billion a year, $123 million a day. And he wasn't talking about the gross domestic product of countries. He was talking about the gross economic activity that occurs illegally across the country. So anything that I would support, anything that demands and requires licensing. I would support anything that demands and requires health food inspection. I mean, what does the public expect, except that we in positions of responsibility do, except that we have to help maintain the greater health good of our citizens. And look, the greatest majority of London businesses operate within the law and pay their fair share of business, corporate property taxes. So maybe that requires even a rezoning of their property, if that's appropriate within our own zoning requirements. But I'm so terribly concerned about the health of the economy. So I don't know, because of my family interest, if I have to declare an interest if this gets to a motion. But but at a minimum, I'd love to see it referred back with all those considerations about taxation and health inspections and proper licensing of these individuals, Because if all we do is talk in terms of ingredients, well, that gets you so far, but it doesn't get you to the point where what we're doing is protecting the health and financial integrity of viable and legitimate businesses. So with that, Chair, I'm not sure if a referral back for more detail would be necessary, but to the extent that our city finally says to illegal underground economy businesses, no more, that will be a great day for our community and our country.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before we get to the referral back, I would like to go to staff to help support your questions around, I guess, the licensing and what we're doing with this motion. I understand it that this is provincially done, and I would hope that we would have to update our bylaws. That's the way I see this, but I would like to go to staff before I go to committee members. Councillor Hillier, I see you, as well as Councillor Van Hulst. But if I can go to staff to explain exactly what we're doing here with this motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Justin Adama, Manager, Long Range Planning and Research. So my understanding of this motion is that it would be strictly limited to a review of zoning regulations for home occupations as they relate to the preparation of food. So currently the zoning bylaw regulations as they relate to home occupations prohibit any type of food preparation. And my understanding, and again, the recommendation of it here, or sorry, the motion here is to initiate a review. So all these issues would be considered through that review. But the excuse me, the food businesses are currently prohibited in the zoning bylaw within a home occupation. So recently, and we've recently become aware of this, there have been changes made to the food premises regulation that allow for a limited amount or specific types of food preparation to occur. And from my perspective, it makes sense to consider that new updated regulation and consider whether or not it's appropriate for our zoning to align with that new provincial change. But the review that we're talking about would only apply to the zoning bylaw. It would not impact any type of regulation or other factor that would come from the province.
Thank you. For that, Councillor Hillier.
I'm just going to comment briefly. Just so everyone knows, this guide to starting a home-based food business has been on the ministry's health site in one form or another for over 20 years. I have copies of it from when we had a market over 20 years ago. So it is on the Ontario boards, but it comes down to municipal level and on your local food inspections. Will they allow it or not? Here in London, we have very stringent and very strong inspections on this. I know if you read it, it sounds like you can make it at home, but you need to make sure with your local inspections and make sure like I said before, where you want to sell it, will they allow it? Because quite often they will not allow it if it's not coming from a registered kitchen. Please double check.
Thank you. I'd like to go to Councillor Van Hulst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just looking on page 330 of our written agenda, it's step 3. It does say all food premises, including home-based food businesses, are subject to the requirements of the Health Protection and Promotion Act and the Food Premises Regulation Act, and periodic inspection by inspectors from their local public health unit. So I do see that it is regulated, and I think we can find out to what degree that may be possible if we do the review. And I think the mayor was hoping for a review, and that's exactly what we're not passing anything today. We're looking at a review of the idea, and if it seems all right, what next steps would have to be taken.
Thank you. So I'm looking for committee support on this. I'd be happy to bring forward the motion myself. I heard from staff, we are doing a review here of the bylaw, bringing in our bylaws to provincial regulations. I think that will, this motion will start that process. And I have a seconder in Councillor Lewis. Oh, Councillor Lewis, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to join you and second that. I did just want to make a couple of brief comments. I think it's really important at this phase that we, you know, I've heard lots of valuable comments, but I think we are running the risk of getting down the rabbit hole a little too far tonight. I think a review is good. I'm not sure where I may land when this comes back, but I also appreciate the fact that Councillor Van Holst did talk to the Middlesex Food Policy Council and got some input from them. I know that we're not making any decisions tonight, so I'll support a review on this. And I think to your point, Madam Chair, looking at things that bring us in line with provincial regulations are not a bad idea either. So I just want to share, in the end, I don't know where I might land on this. I certainly, you know, I see in some of the low-risk food item pieces, there are things like pickles and jams and preserves, and as somebody who does some canning at home, you know, I sometimes trade with other community members, not for sale, but just as a community sharing thing. And we know that happens, but to Mayor Holder's point, that's quite different from a business that's operating for a profit without having proper licenses and paying taxes and everything else, while other businesses are carrying the freight. So I see both sides of the discussion, and I'd be interested to see what the review brings back.
Thank you. I'd like to go to the mayor.
Thanks very much. I'll tentatively support this with if there's a proviso that staff, as part of this review, helps us understand to the extent that they're able, how large this underground economy, because no matter what we call it, that's what it is until it's licensed. If they're able to get any handle on that as it impacts our city. And also, again, that what efforts, and I hope this will come in as part of the review as well, what we are doing. I know I can tell you that as it relates to underground bakers, again, that's probably the business that I know reasonably, and I think Councillor Hillier knows well, is that these people do this illegally. And there are probably half a dozen small bakeries that deal in the same kind of product that we deal with, probably more at larger levels too. But we all pay our fair share. But more importantly, what the staff might consider in terms of how we drill down on the illegal operations. So it's one thing to say, okay, now we're going to have health inspections. And I think if that's part of the recommendation to be consistent with provincial law, that's great. To the extent that we're able to license and zone. But if where I'm mindful is, I think it might be somewhat naive to believe that people who have always done it this way and avoided their fair share, and as Councillor Lewis rightly pointed out, avoided carrying any freight on this and unduly competing with legitimate business. You know, frankly, the illegitimate businesses, I want to put them out. And you know what my real preference would be to make them legal. And if they're prepared to do the same things that others who have done this the right way, and I speak for all of our small businesses, particularly that struggle to do what they do. And in light of COVID, with the intense and increased care that the health unit handles them, and yet no regulation, no responsibility, no worry if they have cats, forgive me, but you know, and no disrespect to Councillor Lewis, because I love relishes and jams, but do you know what's in that? And I think the issue of what's in our food is becoming more and more critical. So I'll support this to this point to see what staff might come back with, because I think food security And I'm talking about food safety when I reference food security is an absolute imperative. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Your Worship. And Councillor Van Holst, is your hand up again? And just before I go to you, the clerk reminded me I cannot pass a motion from the chair. It felt weird. So thank you for the reminder. I would like to go to Councillor Lehman to take over the chair. And I've got Councillor Van Holst, and I am prepared to move, and I think the motion. Once I relinquish the chair.
I will take over the chair, Councillor Hopkins, and you on the next on the speakers list.
Thank you. I'm prepared to move the motion, and I understand Councillor Lewis will be seconding it. And I understand also that Councillor Van Holst wants to make a comment as well.
Thank you, and I will return the chair to you.
Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I had left my hand up, but I'll appreciate the mayor for his comments about safety. I do, in one way, think this may be a way for small businesses to act as their own incubator. So that might be valuable, but certainly the market will decide whether they've got a product that's worthy or not in terms of growth. But those considerations are important, and I think licensing businesses to make them legitimate helps everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Van Holst. And if we can go to Councillor Presiding Chair, Councillor Lehman.
Not the presiding chair anymore because I've turned it back to you, but thank you. Yeah, I'll support this motion. My primary concern here is food safety. I would imagine that staff and part of their review will have extensive consultation with the Middlesex London Health Unit. There might be some opportunity here for, as Councillor Van Holst touched on, for incubators, or for those that may be operating in the gray market to become legitimate businesses with proper licensing, et cetera, because the scale might have not allowed them in the past to get to a point where they would be operating outside their home. So I look forward to a review. For sure, though, that the review really explores the safety of the food product being developed. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we can vote.
Mayor Holder, can you please let me know how you would like to vote?
I'll vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
And we have Global Bird Rescue, a request for delegation status from Brendan Samuels, the coordinator for London Bird Team. I understand he has been waiting patiently. I'd like to go to the committee to see if you are willing to accept his delegation. Councillor Lehman?
Yeah, I move that we accept the delegation.
Okay, it looks like I've got a seconder as well. Do we need to vote on that?
Mayor Holder?
Yeah, if we are voting, I will vote yes. Thank you.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Welcome to committee, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Good evening, members of the Planning and Environment Committee. My name is Brendan Samuels. I'm a member of London's Environmental and Ecological Planning Advisory Committee and a PhD candidate at Western University, where I study methods for preventing bird window collisions. I'm here today on behalf of Bird Friendly London, a community organization that works on conserving birds in London's built environment. This is my third time appearing before this committee in as many years to talk about the same item. Birds are being killed by new development. I'm here because the Bird Friendly Skies program that the city previously agreed to undertake back in 2019, then again in 2020, has not been completed. I would like to request the committee's help to move work on this program past the finish line. Despite a lot of good work completed to date by city staff in consultation with London's advisory committees, the London Development Institute, and other key stakeholders, the city's site plan control bylaw has not been updated to require bird-friendly building design in new site plans. As a result, construction across the city continues to use window glass materials that, if not designed based on a bird-friendly standard, will inevitably cause more bird deaths and result in cumulative negative impacts to natural heritage. Recently, more and more planning applications come before this committee with comments from advisory committees and the public favoring the use of bird-friendly design. However, there is still no framework approved by the city to prescribe what bird-friendly design actually means. This creates ambiguity and unnecessary extra work for this committee, proponents of planning applications, and building designers. I would like to request that the committee find a mechanism to ensure that work by staff on the Bird Friendly Skies program, including updates to the site plan control bylaw, as well as public communications about preventing bird window collisions, will continue in the new year. City staff have indicated that this work will be up for review in 2022, but no plans have been confirmed, despite staff previously indicating to this committee last November that work would resume in the first quarter of 2021. The committee could defer this matter so that it can be revisited with staff at a future date, and follow-up will not require additional delegations from myself or other concerned members of the public. This brings me to my second reason for my delegation. Earlier this year, the City of London became certified by Nature Canada as one of the first 4 municipalities in the country to be recognized as a bird-friendly city. I'm here to present the physical certificate from Nature Canada, co-signed by the Federal Minister of Environment and Climate Change Canada, and to congratulate the City of London for this important accomplishment. One of the core requirements to be certified as a bird-friendly city is that the municipality must adopt policies that aim to mitigate threats to birds, such as preventing collisions with building windows, that contribute to recent significant declines in migratory bird populations across the continent. Last month, myself and a team of volunteers conducted monitoring of buildings in London to document bird window collisions for an event called Global Bird Rescue. I've submitted our report from the event with our findings and key recommendations as an attachment to the meeting agenda. Overall, we documented 99 bird window collisions, which represent a tiny fraction of the problem, but illustrate the widespread extent of window collisions impacting natural heritage across the city. Unless the city takes action, this preventable carnage will continue to grow with new development, and London will not live up to its identity as a bird-friendly city. I believe that this committee and the community care about conserving birds for future generations. Now it is up to city staff to ensure that developers are doing what is in their power to address the risk of bird window collisions at new development. For my part, and on behalf of the London Bird Team, we commend the City of London for the tremendous work completed to date to highlight and conserve birds in the Forest City. We look forward to supporting the municipality's continued work on the Bird Friendly Skies program as soon as possible. There are countless birds' lives depending on us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Samuels. And thank you for being here. I know it's the 3rd time. I wonder if there's any comments to be made by the committee. If not, I wonder if I can pass the chair over to Councillor Lehman. I would like to make some comments and bring forward a motion, hoping that the committee, assisting the committee, and hopefully I can get some support.
Thank you, Chair, and you're on the speakers list, Councillor Hopkins. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I know it's been a long evening, and I just wanted to thank Mr. Samuels for taking the time again to visit the Planning and Environment Committee. I am very, I support the work that's been going on. I know the community supports it as well. There has been many recommendations that come before us at committee that refer to the bird-friendly development, and having some, I guess, teeth in that is something that I'm very supportive of. I also want to make a comment that work has already been started on updating the site control bylaw. If you go on the website, it's there in draft form. And it's in place. A lot of, I'm pretty sure it started from EPAC a number of years ago. I think also education is also very important to the community. We've already started a pamphlet. We need communications to sign off on it. And this may be something that we do at PEC, or it may go somewhere else. But I think it is important that we continue the work that has been done. So I also understand there's many challenges that staff are faced with, but I think this is important that we continue the work. And I have prepared a motion that I'm hoping the committee will assist to support the delegation's request. And it states that the following actions be taken with respect to global bird rescue. And A is that we request to update the site control bylaw and guidelines. And I think it's important to add the guidelines because they are supported from the development community as well. We've heard from them in the past. For bird-friendly building design in all new site plans, be added to the Planning and Environment Committee PEC deferred list. It's not on our list. It's important that it be there as committees change. And B, that corporate communications be requested to contact the London Bird team to finalize the bird-friendly pamphlet, and the bird-friendly pamphlet be added to the PEC deferred list. Also, it be noted that the Planning and Environment Committee reviewed and received a communication from B. Samuels, coordinator of the London Bird team, with respect to these matters. And I know it's probably not the answer that everyone wants to hear, that we're going to do this and we're going to do it right away, but it's important that we follow up with the work that's already been done. So with that, I'd like to put that motion up there and hopefully get some support from committee members.
Thank you, committee. We have a motion on the floor. Can I get a second for that motion? Councillor Lewis has seconded. We have a motion and a seconder, and I will return the chair to Councillor Hopkins.
Any comments from the committee? Councillor Lewis? Thank you, Councillor Lehman.
Just very quickly, through you, Madam Chair, well, I guess to you, Madam Chair, since it was your motion, but I think that putting this on the deferred matters list as something that's in process and being followed up on is the right way to go with this. I know that, you know, and I say this respectfully to Mr. Samuels as well as to anybody who appears before us as a delegate. I know there's always a sense that it would be nice to have their item dealt with first. Sometimes that's just not always possible, but because it's in process, and you're right, committees change. I know that on Community and Protective Services, we're constantly adding and taking things off the deferred matters list, and here at Planning and Environment, we haven't had a deferred matters list for a few months, and so putting this one on and giving us an opportunity to schedule, you know, when we expect that to come back from staff, I think that's good to keep it on the agenda for future follow-up.
And I see no other comments. I want to thank Mr. Samuels, since you're still standing there, for the work on behalf of the community and keeping our birds safe. So thank you. With that, we can vote.
I'll vote yes to that.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
And we're almost there. So we're going on to number 5, the deferred matters, additional business. I see none. And with that, I'm looking for adjournment from committee members. Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Lehman.
Vote yes to that, Chair. Thank you.
Hand vote, everyone. Thank you. And good night.